right, here we are in Stellar Horizons 2. I don't know how much I'm going to get to be able to play in the near future. As I said in my last video, I have a buddy coming up this weekend. I'm not even going to be able to go dancing so that I am functional, you know. Ooh, but yeah, and that's going to be until Tuesday or so. So we'll see. I've been doing house cleaning and everything, but we're at the 2400 period, which means we're going to be hitting a new level here. Remember, 25. I don't know. The game ends in 2550. It starts ending, or is it 2500? 2500. It starts getting the 1% per turn, which could just fall. So you know, we may be. There may not be that much more, right? Or it could go on forever because, I mean, eventually it's guaranteed to end. But things are getting kind of hairy. We can see in the tech chart, we've got significant advances going out, you know, almost to the very end of the tech chart. We've got people holding a decent number of cards in some cases. Some of these titles being held, not much in the way of directives. All this time, and you've got to get 4 directives, particular ones, to avoid a penalty. So I'm kind of worried about people being able to make their directives points, or avoid the penalty there. For the tech chart, you have to get all the techs, or you start getting penalized. But colonies aren't very big. You know, I think we're looking at like a 12 for the biggest. I gotta worry because this guy has a blockade condition that he's trying to go for his directive, and other people may have exceeded Green's total settlements, because I'm seeing 11, 12, 13 here. I see a 12 here, but I don't think there's any, I don't think the transhumans have any more. There's 12 here. I think that's all of theirs. So, you know, but it's really close. If I get a good lucky draw, I get to do the blockade. I get to fulfill my directive. Meanwhile, I'm wasting the ship just sitting out there waiting to be able to declare a blockade for one of the couple of economic phases that work. There's definitely a lot of board left for how late we are in the game. And it doesn't feel like, the same way in Stellar Horizons original did, it doesn't feel like we're at like, yeah, you know, everything's pretty much decided or anything. It still feels pretty much up in the air. Combat has been slowing down a little bit. The rewards for combat are kind of funky. Like, you don't really get much for actually attacking someone, and you don't hurt them all that much necessarily, although Starfarers have been hurt pretty badly by some early combats. But you might gain something. You might be in a position where your escalation counters ask for you to keep fighting. And of course, directives and stuff could ask for it as well. I've been making errors. Shit's going to happen. And have not, in case, you know, you tuned in a while back and then didn't tune in for the last couple or whatever, I decided against trying to implement anything funky with the trade system. I'm going with the rules as written. I've had to add a few, I guess, clarifications or something to the rules, because there's times where the timing is an issue. And I'm just up here chattering because, I don't know, that's what I do. Here it is, Thursday. Something that kind of makes me sad. A big old tree. It got hurt in a storm a few years back. And I guess my neighbor had to have it taken down. You can see the stump there. Really nice, huge one. And I enjoyed it a great deal in a lot of ways, and today it got dismantled. Likewise, my emotional state is not good because I've been cleaning the kitchen, and that's a particular area. Yeah, there's one of the, I don't know if you can see him, one of the cutters. But that's something my wife would do. She would clean up the kitchen and the living room area. The living room is not going to be anywhere near as painful. That's just sweeping and whatnot. But the kitchen's a fairly, well, I got to clean the clutter up, and I've been working on that. But the kitchen, I've left go. Not since she died, but certainly since I stopped working, and have been counting on dying within 2 weeks, a month, just consistently, just thinking, I gotta play some of this to remember it though, because I'm not gonna be able to cope with like 5 days away from it. So I've assigned the IP that comes out on this date, and we get a settlement, growth, and migration. This is good news. Means he gets to conduct his blockade. Actually, the first section to be handled, he'll get an IP for that. Oh, good Lord. And the consortium will get one of these suckers. -1 to combat rolls. Well, that's not a big deal. I'm not allowed to attack. Although it weakens me on defense. And the important thing is, there is no settlement or migration, right? Yep, blockades prevent both. You would think growth, maybe not, but anyway. But here, yeah, he's going to grow 1+ percentile. One thing that I may have missed last time in terms of mentioning, someplace like this, looking with a settlement of 12, it gets 1 and has a 20% chance of getting a second one, plus it gets the percentage chance for migration. Before I go on and forget it, that means he scores his directive, which gets him a couple of points, and he gets a new one, which means somebody comes out of the big bag, and he gets to pick. A couple of choices. One is any science anomaly of 5 or greater difficulty, which is pretty easy to resolve. However, there aren't any right near me. I'm kind of clustered on this side of the board. These are not me, right? These are True Path. The other is a trade at Barnard Star, where I don't have a base, but it's a trade one. I need 4 of those. I'm willing to pay, but I gotta get 2 goods there, and I basically have to get them at once because I don't have a base, and that's gonna be tricky. But trade ones are what I'm aiming for, after all. And now, when we make our way up here, he has the opportunity. This wasn't a combat, so I don't have a marker. But he has and also this is all simultaneously. He has an opportunity to try to starve out this base as well. He may do that. Ooh, lower. He's got a whole bunch of shit that's problematic. But he's got a migration penalty as well. It feels like the right thing to do, even though this guy turned in a directive to do it and worked real hard at it. I'm just like, yeah, okay. Play a particularly bonus place to screw with someone because there's +1 settlement during migration there. So even though he's got no opportunity to get his habitability, he's still going to go up by 2, and he prevents him from growing. He's resolved the problems here, and there's a no base, so there's no growth there. Problem here, neither one can blockade because they both have warships there. So here's an example where we see that. He's got 12, which means on a 1 or a 2, he gets 2 points from that. He also gets his percentage chance, which is 90. Just looking. You gotta check everything. So there I get just 1, 2. Now this guy got his 2 off, he gets an automatic for the 10 or less. He made the 90%, but he also has, I should do him last, a 1 through 4 to be able to hit someone, right? 1 through 4? Yeah. And steal one of their bases. Let's see if he gets the roll and then make the decision. Which way do I want to go? Good question. Good question. I don't know. Neither one, like, it's more of a matter of who is doing better, who's pissing me off, whatever. It's hard to make that judgment, right? It really is, because there's so much information out there. Who am I competing with might be another option. So I'm heading out this way, and I'm closer to red, so I'm going to hit him for 1. So I get 3 extra, 1 of which is going to come from red. Blue is the only one with warships here, so he could blockade either pink or red. I don't believe you're able to blockade multiple. In the same way as base production. Oh, you just need more combat value than ships and settlements. Oh wait, maybe we couldn't have blockaded. This one was allowed. This one was allowable. There was no blockade here, that was something else. These obviously wouldn't be. So here I only have 3 combat value. The only person I can blockade is red. I'm gonna do that because they pissed me off recently. I'm not sure if I have to pay an escalation. See here, escalation is from combat. Here, draw an escalation for each base you blockaded. I think escalation happens no matter what. Now here they have their production. Here they don't grow or migrate. So I think I'm going to pick on red there. That'll get me an escalation, but whatever. Even though I have this, I'm still penalized. I don't know if this limited me or not. I forgot one of the Starfarer's abilities. Your bases count as twice their size for extending ship range. Again, there's just so many different little places where there's modifiers available that, even these core ones, like what your thing is, they slip off my brain as I start, focusing more and more on the other shit I've got to remember to play the game at all. We've got a number of people, none of whom can blockade. Okay, so this has an 8 defense. That's smaller, or that's larger than either of these ships. This has an 8 defense. That's already smaller than this one and this one as well. But it doesn't matter because there's no base there. But I'm just showing for whatever, because I didn't notice that yet, primarily. And I think that's our settlement growth. And all that we got. I should be checking max sizes for settlements to make sure that they didn't exceed their growth potentials. Where is that particularly problematic? Someplace like here where the numbers are high. So let's take a look. 27, 39, 47 with two other players there drops it to 27. Nobody's that big. Someplace like here is only 22. This is problematic. The population levels are so low there that I cheated. Let's see, for each two. Well, yeah, we got problems here. So I may not have had to. Like it may be that this can't grow. So this has a total of 22, but minus 20. No one can grow more than 2. So the blockade was unimportant, and I'm going to take 2 off of each of these. No one can grow because it's only a 9 population, and with someone else there, you're out. Didn't realize how quickly these would take effect. Here it's 27, make it 17, okay. It's really anywhere where there's more than one person, there's a danger of not being able to grow. Here we couldn't grow. I think we're good everywhere across the board with that one correction. And I'm gonna stop and go do other things. And that's that tree being turned into wood chips. It's kind of funny. I actually expected my neighbor to want the wood. He always wants wood. And if that, maybe it's not his tree. I thought it was. Weird. Amount of ship arrivals. I think as we see the speeds going up, also willingness to do transshipments, you know, where I move 1 hex or whatever, but we're going to see this increasing. I also see more ships on the board, so yeah. Overall, I think this is a moderate amount. I don't know. There aren't a lot in flight right now, so. And that's going to put us on to the build and repair. Careful about this. So like I have a damaged ship here. The Praetorians are the first to go. I could repair it for $1, but I may not want to. That may be a ship I want to disassemble to make room for more. I have a reasonable amount of money, not a tremendous amount. It might make more sense. This is a CV2. And since I was at ship limit, I actually did that. Ship limit did not change for me. I've been considering, there's this, hey, something is missing that feels like it belongs, which is the ability to exchange goods and resources for money. But it might be a good idea that it's not here. I'll tell you why. Praetorian, with the directives at least, Praetorians have a directive of selling a fine art at Earth. These guys brought a fine art in. It's not worth a hell of a lot to them, but the Praetorians might give them a shit ton for it, because not only would it solve their directive, it would also give them the 3 for their for the title that they're aiming to get, that they're holding off selling goods for. So this is more a matter of the game state being so complex, and not so much this one hidden thing that they have, which I don't know what it's worth, probably 2 victory points. 4, not bad. But they would certainly pay a premium over whatever the givers are going to actually get if they sell this. Sorry, over here. Whatever the givers could get for selling it is going to be so limited compared to what the Praetorians get. They'd get the same price for selling, but they'd also get the bonus there. They'd get the bonus over on the title, which, might not be obvious. So with the amount of sort of game state that's out in the open, but so chaotic, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I kind of like games where unknown information impacts or information you're just not paying attention to impacts things. So I'm thinking here things like civilization, where like, yeah, somebody's making a trade with you, and they're getting something from it, and you're getting something from it, but unless what you're getting kind of fits nicely into your hand, you probably don't want to make the trade, or you want to escalate it because they really want to make this trade. On the other hand, sometimes people are wandering around asking for trades where they're getting such minimal advantages from it that you end up denying a trade that would be good for both people because you're both suspecting it's going to be better for the other person or whatever. Really hard call here for the givers. They have room for an extra ship, assuming I counted right. It went up, so I probably did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't see any others kicking around. They have a pile of cash. They have a ship already here delivering that fine art I was talking about with a lot of cargo capacity. It's a fast ship too. And then I have another sort of this is weird, these fast ships that are transports and not fast combat ships. I have this ship which is worth 14, but I'm already overloaded because the cost of settlements is up 4 billion. It's going to cost me 8 billion per to buy these settlements. Now if I buy 4 of them, that's 32. I actually have a shit ton of money, and I have it would eat up most of that. I don't want to disassemble a CV5. That's going to be a significant, that's a ship I still want to use, even though I have a couple of CV6s here. So I'm like, in this weird situation, I think I'm going to buy the CV6. Now, obviously, I could buy an RE or something, but I don't want my I wonder what that noise is. I hear the chainsaw, but there's like something that sounds like wind or rain, and I don't see any wind and I don't see any rain. I think I'm going to buy the ship just because more ships can do me more things. Where are my bases at? I got an extra base too that I can build. Right now I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4. I could push further out this way, which I think is to my best advantage, to tell you the truth. Although locality has its advantages too. So many complexities. Consortium's not as bad as the Starfarers are, but they're in a tricky situation here. First of all, I've got no money. I got some trade goods. I've got lots of influence, right? So if it's a big deal, I could exchange influence. I got trade goods in weird places too, I'm sure. Getting out here. I need to deliver for I have mutually conflicting goals here. My directive is to deliver 2 goods to Bernard Star, which wants ore. I have ore here, here, and here. No, wait, I counted that. I have ore there and there. Thought I had a third one already kicking around. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I had a third one. I guess I do not. So yeah, I have the 2 ore that I could bring there. But there's also, of course, the desirable Guildmaster. Sell 3 trade goods on Earth, which if I could get a fine art or a rare materials would combine up to that. I think I'm going to go for the directive. Oh no, yeah, this is not an ore. That's a person. Yeah, so I've got like this weird situation where I'm like, all right, I'm going to have to pay to deliver it. That's fine. I don't care about that. But I'm also have the issue of this guy's further away than this guy, and I don't have a base that I can drop the materials off at. So it's like, I don't have the money for a ship, obviously. I got 2 damaged ships here. One of them could serve as the hauler for as a hauler for this ore, and then this guy head out there, and send this guy to colonize to give me the advantage of colonization there. Of course, growth would be problematic because it's only got 5 planetary population, which is actually what this guy is up to now. And that would drop to 0, so maybe it's not a wise choice. But on the other hand, you know, I can deliver the settlement and move on to do something else. I can deliver the ore and move on to do something else. These damaged ships, I don't want to repair them. I don't have cash or whatever, so they kind of want to go back to Earth, but again, one of them can haul some goods on the way. It's just, yeah, it's this big mess of decision making, and none of my ships are really in happy shape except this one. I ought to keep that one in mind too. That might be, might make more sense to send that up to get the ore. I don't know. Talking about what I'm thinking about doing, because I'm fiddling around with, hey, can I buy ships? Do I want to do repairs and whatnot? I'm doing a lot of examination of the board. If I have to do that examination again down on the cargo transfer and everything, and I probably will, it's going to be problematic. And this is the problem with these pulsing type games, the more modern designs, is like, I can't just make all my decisions and they just fall into place. Like, I don't know where these ships are going. Like, I figure out where I want these ships to go, but then I got to do it again, you know? And sure, it's worse playing many players as a solo player, but it's still going to be difficult for me. It's any kind of disruption between when I make a decision and when I have to actually handle that decision is painful. That's what I think I really like about the original Europa Universalis, is most of those decisions that you make, you're spreadsheeting out, you know? Yeah, you can make decisions about where you want to go explore and stuff like that. But those really aren't all that determined by what you did in your economic phase. Your economic phase is sort of a singular thing. And here I feel like I should be plotting my movement and everything all maybe written down at once. And that would be easier for me to cope with. And then I just have to deal with mechanical actions. I don't have to make those same decisions that I made before again. Even though I might have more information and they may have changed or whatever, I really dislike having to revisit those same choices. Yeah, to keep in mind is some of these people don't have to build their ships on Earth anymore. The colony is big enough to build most of these ships. We went through that with the REs, but now we're where the top line ships can be built elsewhere. Now there's a huge advantage to building them on Earth, which is that you can get your colonists there. You can just buy colonists there. Whereas everywhere else, you don't have many. So, yeah. I've got an extra space for the transhumanists. Settlements cost $1 billion more. I got this nice big ship here. I can afford it. I don't really have enough money to fill it up with colonists. Can it do something else for me? I don't know. What's my directive? Trade goods to Earth. Huh. I got a fine art. I don't have anything else. I think this is my only base, actually. A couple players chose not to combat well. This guy didn't choose not to. He wanted to. He has a can't attack. However, the Starfarers are going to launch an attack against this thing and try to wipe it out. If you remember, I tried to blockade it, but there was a reason I didn't need to. Right? Yeah, because there was no growth available. Oh, yeah, and I can attack that because there's nobody of his color there. Pink has a big ship. We are completely successful in that without any escalation because we were attacked by them. They were at a -2 to their combat die roll, but they still managed to cause a hit to us. I'm fine with this not causing any escalation. And I'll lose this because I took advantage of it this turn. This one, they have to remember that did not just get applied, or that just got reapplied, essentially. But I had some ideas about like a global escalation, which would eventually allow you to start actually, wiping out Earth, as it were. Make it no longer a place of interest, um, as sort of a final solution situation. Um, if you did something like that, I feel like these acts, which don't generate escalation markers, because it's a righteous war, they would actually be the things that would push that forward. A little raid, a little battle here and there, yeah, that might have some small effect on eventually being able to like launch a massive attack on Earth. But I feel like it's more the concept that you're involved in a total war, right? That you're using. So it almost feels to me, first of all, I would not neglect that this continuation of war that the Starfarers just did, that would still generate escalation, but it might actually be more because it's within the context of something of a wider war. So like it might be double the effect on the worldwide escalation table if there was such a thing. Yellow's up with a military advantage on this. I could conceivably attack that either with a ground assault at 13 or ships at 13. I'd probably choose the ships, they're easier to repair. I don't think I want to do it. For a number of reasons. The biggest one being the escalation shit, the complexity, whatever. I thought about a raid as well, which would be more limited, and I have something maybe to gain in exchange for it. But I don't even see doing that. Just giving the other guy the advantage of an attack somewhere, even if he's not near me, seems like a bad idea. The thing is, though, I would really like to knock this out of there, but it's too big to root out. The little bases are easy to knock out. I'm not able to stay up here long enough to do the cargo transfer and trade and movement, which are the things that I feel like, when I did the build and repair ships, I made a lot of decisions based on that. I'm going to have to revisit those. You wouldn't have to do this again if you're sitting in an opposed play and not wandering away regularly, right? But, I don't know. My guess is, so if you were playing this in an opposed situation, you probably wouldn't walk away in the midst of a turn the way I do. Maybe if dinner got delivered or something, but I don't know. Finished up with the kitchen. Can't really see that. See my shoe though. I mean, some of it's moving one pile from one place to another. Not so much in the kitchen. I threw a lot of shit out that was in the way there and got most of the filth cleaned up. But for some of the other stuff, it's like moving a pile from one place to another. So I had a pile of these baggies that I got, from various games and everything. That, obviously I don't want to throw them out. I use baggies to store my games, but I'm also in this kind of, I don't know how to organize them, where to put them or anything like that. But now they're up here instead of on the, I don't know what the hell. I have a little table down there. All right, let's get started with playing with cargo and settlers and shit like that and movement. Oh boy, I'm looking at the Praetorians. I got a relatively big ship here that I built. I have enough money, there's no modifiers in this pile, that I could buy one settlement. I could buy a second one by throwing a bunch of goods. I don't want to throw these ores. I'm trying to collect them up for the three deliveries. I do have a machinery, which I could move to here and settle and sell that. I can only settle on a 40%, but I do have some bio, so I could buy my way down. It's not a terrible choice. It's kind of far from my other base, which is somewhat helpful. Medicine here. Oh, I got a couple of medicine. Yeah, that might be my goal. Try to deliver medicine there. Of course, someone else might be able to drop it. I see medicine here. That might get there first. Not much I can do about it, but I think that's my goal. So my ship carries 3. I might as well load up 2 medicine and just buy 1 settler for that. There's another situation, which is that here I just dropped off some base. Okay, that's fine. But I go last in the turn. There's a chance that I can't get anything if I'm there. We're looking at a 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, I don't know what, like, it feels like I should stick around. Certainly if I had, no, that doesn't help. Just trying to think of, yeah. I think I'll stick around. Oh no, I do get a shot. I will get any tech that I find as long as I'm in an unexplored system. So I'm safe there because the actual exploration is simultaneous, which means we all get to look for that. I may not get the bonus of finding it, but it's okay if that's the case. I was going to say, I don't have, you know, mining or science, but it doesn't really matter. I have a base there. Yeah, I might as well stay there. River is making some interesting choices. They have a directive to do a combat difficulty, a fairly high combat difficulty, but they have one not far from them. So I sent a force off from Earth, bringing some food here. That reduces the extra high cost of, like, the huge cost of settlement. Some of that's going to go away. So, but I am building a couple of, sent a couple of settlements. I also sent the ship from here up here, so I have enough strength. It's going to take me 2 turns to get here and presumably 2 turns to get there because I don't have the faster speed, but I can make a way stop and drop some food off here and then go and resolve this. Whether or not I want to build a base here, like, I'm very concentrated over here with a attempt to head out and break out. So I may just want to build up this base instead. It has production advantages. This is going to be resolved before I get there. But with all those production advantages, I think it's a good idea for me to go for that instead of, you know, this one here. Even though I want to resolve the combat, because directives are a lot harder than I thought they were going to be. I also shipped a ship from here, I think, up to here. It's going back to Earth. But instead of fleeing all the way to Earth, I'm trying to go to a safe place for a little bit of time. And then here I'm sticking around, even though there's a lot of nastiness coming in. The main goal there being, I'm not going to be able to get this. I'm not going to be the fastest, am I? Yeah, I think I am. I think I'm the earliest in the turn order. So I will be able to resolve this. That'll give me a couple of settlements there. So there's my other base. For now. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, might as well. It'll put us to the exploration. It's some really hard choices in terms of movement, etc. But I don't know. Like, this damaged ship sitting here. There's nothing it can do there this turn. But I have various choices. I could move here. I'm not sure I want to build a base there, though, because it's already kind of crowded, and I'm thinking about jumping further forward. And I don't want to be following those ships, especially through potentially war zone areas. So I'm just like, let's just go back to Earth, repair there. That'll provide some additional protection from this, for that. But it's not optimal, right? Like, if I were doing this in the truly solo mode or in the cooperative mode where there's no fighting, I wouldn't be sending that ship there. I'd be sending it somewhere else where it could repair, I guess, and be getting somewhere. Because there's nothing I can do here anymore, which, I don't know. Anyway, I'm breaking for a little bit. Oh, my body's hurting. All this cleaning hurts. You know, about 7:15 p.m. I didn't manage to get the living room done yet because the emotional impact of dealing with some of my wife's paperwork that I've been ignoring, just whatever. I should have started with the shoes first. I have a pile of shoes. That would be less emotionally painful and is probably a bigger task, to tell you the truth. All my found shoes. Okay, anyway, let's get on to the exploration side. Here we're going to resolve. Oh, I hope I didn't add base there. I think I did. I probably cheated. Ah, screw me. Here we're going to resolve this, getting 3 biology markers, and that'll increase settlements on the base production. Wow, that's weird. So, like, most of these things happen on production, but I swear there was one that increased settlement during migration. Yeah. Just so you got to pay attention and find these all the time. What was I getting? I was getting 3 biomarkers. To check my directives, which I regularly have to do, but also check over here. But that's a 10 or more for the title difficulty, which we don't have. I like to keep these in the center, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I shifted something there. I should fix it. I'll be able to pick it up. I'll be able to make the swap next turn. So this would have been a 7 with these, and I get a guy there. It really matters if we get base production, and probably doesn't even then, but it might matter. Yeah, these stupid fucking rotating counters. It might have made a difference if ships were coming in, but nobody's going to hit there in time. These guys are both here, and again, I'm hoping I didn't transfer bases. We're going to make an agreement together and basically split this 1 IP 2 billion each for getting rid of the pirate lair. What's that going to convert to? A cash bonus. Weird thing, even if you're like at war, because there's no formal war situation, all there is these little markers, which are my mnemonic device, essentially. There's no formal war situation. These two could have been fighting all over the place, could have been fighting each other, yet still cooperate. You see that in some, say, SFB scenarios where, like, oh boy, it brings me to a campaign that I observed. But, Yeah, where like, ships are fighting each other in the presence of a monster, and they could cooperate against the monster if they want. Got a bunch of busyness here. We've had a couple of successful surveys. Nothing too exciting came from them. But here, who's first? We got pink, yellow, and green. Green gets first shot at this, assuming that's not a 2. We can take that out and get 2 settlements, and yeah, seems like a good idea. What happens on the other side? Nothing at all. There's the question. 5 bases max. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be my 5th base. Do I want it out here? It's going to be a long time before I get a 6th base. But I don't have a hell of a lot here. I don't think it's a bad choice. And I can always pick them up and ship them somewhere else if desired. Because that's simultaneous, these other guys don't even get to go for this. Oops, that was a screw up. All right, some damage. An anomaly discovered here. And this is a rescue scout ship. It's worth 3 IP. Anything if it happens? No. Really cheap one. I can do it with my little surveyor there. Probably the best move. Got the IP from it already. And another anomaly discovered out here. This gives a level 1 fleet improvement. I don't know what that means. Do I just draw the top card off the fleet improvements? Can I use one that I have that I was working on? I don't know. Alien derelict, and that'll produce an engineering or physics marker. Right now it prevents any bases from being formed. I'm not sure why, but there you go. I mean, it's just a derelict, right? We'd have to work pretty hard to get to that with 9. Okay, we just got a physics point there, but the exciting part is we got a 13 here. This is a 14% malfunction rate. That means we would have a malfunction, except we've got a -3, so we've got an 11. That means we succeeded and remembered in getting the navigator one, which means I have to spend 10 for this, which I gladly will do. It's worth 10 victory points. So I just doubled the value of those IPs for victory point wise. Plus, I get an additional -3% malfunction bonus on CVs and other thing. And we get a new title. Something new to remember. Guardian. Resolve combat anomaly or event with a 10 or more difficulty. Well, somebody's actually on their way to do that. And this will give, anomalies of that type a benefit from then on. That is the end. I didn't get my directive, but I will eventually, I assume. And that's going to put me to the develop tech and buy cards. I want to break. And playing kind of slow now between the housework. Lots of raid. Trying to catch up and not. I'm going to fall so far behind. But luckily I'm not going for the big event that's going on right now. Although they're trying to pull me in. Between 4 and 5 a.m. on Friday morning. I slept most of that time. Getting up at like 7 a.m. Might be taking a nap, whatever. I definitely, it's weird. I tried to sleep and didn't for a while, but eventually got to sleep. Anyway, we got the Praetorians here. This is in Developed Tech. I got this hard problem. Do I want to overspend to get that wormhole thing? It's worth a pile of victory points, I'll say that much. It's worth 9 victory points, which is very appealing. I've got 15, 20, 25. I've got like half the points for it. I would have to spend something like 12 influence to get it otherwise. I don't know that I'm going to be generating physics tech in particularly high amounts. But in terms of immediate effect, it's really not all that valuable as a military capability. It helps me defend my planets. These are already adjacent. This is only one further away. So I think I'm going to go for the 1.5 movement modifier at only 19. I don't know. But it's like, I'm just not that convinced that it's all that valuable. And the other one I have is an extra terraforming with bonuses, which, and that's an engineering, which I don't have the money for. I would be very interested in grabbing, the settle any system or whatever, but I'm one short on that, and that means I'd have to spend an influence, and I'd probably get a bio at some point soon. I'm set up to. I'm in engineering, physics, engineering, but it can happen anyhow, right? I had the same kind of problem with Age of Renaissance, with, what is it, 2038. It's sort of this saving for and buying a big element. Although this one, I had the points for it. The idea of expending the valuable influence, which can get me victory points maybe more effectively over there or something, is just, it's really hard to do. It's really hard for me, in this sort of visceral, emotional sort of way. It's like, yeah, but I can get something cheap. I just have to keep this going. There are costs to that. Syndicate has a rich pool of various different technology choices. They have this cultural domination, which they're very interested in. Not so much interested in any of these others. Which is a reason to go for this, because I get this out of the way. If I get a handful of crap, then I can take a pass to get rid of cards. After settlement growth, though, you get a roll. This is similar to what the True Path has. It gives me some victory points and lets me convert a settlement. The problem with that is we just had settlement growth, and we're relatively early in the set. And I could get other things relatively cheap. For example, oops, didn't mark this. Oh, that did not just happen. For example, I could buy into that for 5. This is going to be 9, right? This is going to be 6, which isn't a bad price either, depending on which one I want. So there's a lot of things I could kind of delay to get. Of course, then there's the worry, am I getting more biology? Well, yeah, okay. And then there's also, what do I really want to get? Because I can hold on to that card and delay. Of course, by holding on to that card, by not flushing my cards, I'm getting myself in a position where I'm like, maybe not having as many options as I would like. So, I don't know. Weird balancing factors. Path chooses to take the Interstellar Mining Conglomerate, eating up a lot of their mech tech, and hold off on everything else. These are going to get cheaper next turn. This would only be 6. We could get an IP by pushing out here, but as they get more and more expensive, getting the IP seems to become less important, right? You're spending a lot to get it. On the other hand, if you delay and delay and delay, other people are getting a tech advantage on you if it's an important tech, like this movement factor going up, I think is pretty valuable. But not only is this worth 8 victory points, which is a pretty good deal, but I also am planning on doing at least one base money production for my directive next turn. So that's going to give me 2 billion extra. And I think as the game gets later, you're going to produce tech less and less with your planets. You know, once you fill out the tech tree, you start producing money to build ships and conduct warfare, because there's not as much reason for tech except for these cards. I drew a Fleet 2 card because I don't expect to be able to buy the last Fleet 2 card, because I don't expect to be able to buy a Fleet 3 anytime soon. And yeah. And I already have a couple Fleet 1s, so I'm paying a premium on those that's higher. First chose to dump their cards. They weren't going to be able to buy anything without throwing influence in or money or something to a fair extent. And I didn't like my cards enough. They were okay. Unfortunately, I had to draw, a Fleet 3 instead of the Fleet 2. The Fleet 2 I discarded. I kind of like, I don't know. I think I liked this better, the Eager Migrants, but that costs 20 biology, and I have almost no biology. I got another one that costs 20 that I kind of like. And then I got this weird military academy, which gives lots of neat things, including you draw an extra escalation marker every time you draw escalation and can discard one, which is a really nice capability to like avoid getting really bad things. Okay, so everybody did their purchases. I had trouble making a decision on every single one because the decisions are so interlocked, right? And there's kind of this, I kind of want to hold this card, but I'm not going to be able to afford it if I buy that. And all right, so these guys went here just to get a cheap technology. These two filled in here, and that's the 7th of that. Just again, cheapies. Slipping in here for a cheapie. These guys get an IP for picking up the CV movement rate of 1, which to me is a big deal. To me, it's a big deal. What does a 1 do? Let's take a look at how far. So this is takes 50 years and 45 light years at a multiplier of 1, right? If I wanted to run out there all at once, and I could do it 1 per turn. So already we're getting awfully close to the speed of light. And we have that speed of light even if we stop at each place. So we're getting almost instantaneous acceleration to the speed of light. And the modifier goes up to 0.5, which means that we can go to effectively close to twice the speed of light. we're not talking about little tiny fudge factors here where it's just a little bit over or something like that. It's close to twice the speed of light. So take what you want. Of course, there are wormholes in the game. So, maybe there's warp drives too. What else do we have here? Of course, there is a theoretical basis for wormholes. There is not for warp drives. Who knows what you can do with quantum entanglement? All right, I think we're done. And that'll put us to the next decade. I'm going to stop here because I got lots of raid to do. I just wanted to break away and do this. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do when my friend's here because it's like, Jesus, man. I'm just so addicted. Like, it's very much an addiction thing where it's like, oh, I have to do that. Same way work is or whatever, right? Like, if I was just blowing off work and not doing stuff, like I would always feel guilty going away to take my 15-minute breaks to go swimming a couple of times a day in Phoenix or to come up and play a game for 15 minutes or whatever. I think this is worse because, part of my decision of I was basically assured a contract position about a year ago. And I was just like, yeah, I don't want to do it. And why? It's not like I'm going out and enjoying life and everything. But I was like, yeah, I don't think I could really keep up playing Raid the way I'm doing. But here's the thing. Like, I looked at, playing Raid is a necessity right now. But if I could break that habit, I wouldn't be working. That's the thing. Of course, with the way the fucking economy is, this administration is just such a fucking joke. I mean, it's like everything is designed to destroy this country. About 7 a.m. Let's start another turn. This is not right. That's right. Still a fear of touching the hot stove of my emotions. I know I have to do it, but it's like, fuck. All right, let's see what we got here. 34. It's an event. Okay, well, that means I play with the cup or with that bag. Yeah, I've pared down the anomalies pretty far. I think you're going to get most of the anomalies through the course of a game. Directives, not so sure. Trade goods, not so sure. Titles, yeah, maybe. But events, there's a huge number of events in here. And this one is a breakthrough. The player with the lowest total of physics text, halves the cost of one physics text this turn before modifiers. Okay. Well, everybody's got these. So what we're looking at is red, pink, and blue are not going to get this advantage. Everyone else is, I think. Yeah, it's got a plural on there. Otherwise, it would go in initiative order. Well, okay, that's cool. A little catch-up mechanism. An easy event, we can definitely keep going forward. A fairly low number of arrivals this turn. A lot of ships apparently departed last turn, with that speed 2 being the common for the CVs. Which is why this is cheap. So we'll keep going on with building and repairing. But self-repair is such an advantage. Almost feels like it should be a tech on the tree. It feels like such a big deal. At least if people are, even if they're not fighting, just exploring can cause damage. Most players just paying, repairing, whatever. Starfarer is first ones to build ships. They built this ship because they just don't have the cash to afford settlements. They really need to get settlements out there, but they don't have it. And I also filled out my complement by building an RE over here. Give me more tech, maybe other advances. Check the last couple. Nothing else there either, and we'll check for combat then, because we seem to be buzzing right along. I got Raid playing by itself downstairs. I'm not thrilled about it, but I kind of have to. All right, nobody launched an attack, so that's a complete diplomatic reset. Well, I haven't done anything, basically. I've done a lot of looking. So, I think I'm going to break here. I had one interesting place over here. This guy might want to attack this. He's got a -1 to his combat roll, wiping that out. Or, maybe I do. The problem is that there's a big fleet of yellow stuff coming in, and I don't, well, actually, no, I would be hitting this. Yeah, I don't want to hit anything. I could raid, right? No, you can only raid if there's no enemy ships. You can blockade if you exceed the enemy ship values. It's weird. It feels like, I don't know. Blockade happens over here. That's the thing. Raiding, you have an opportunity to clear out the enemy ships instead of doing the raid, right? So that next turn maybe you can raid. But in the economic phase where blockading actually takes place, you don't have that kind of option. You had to be set up for it. Anyway, gonna pause there for a bit. After 9, when I'm tired, I can deal with some things better than others, and I managed to get the living room pretty much cleaned as much as it's gonna be. I may shake out my bean bags and sweep up that, but you know, the emotions don't hit as hard when I'm really, really tired. Just like other pains don't. All right, let's get through the movement, cargo transfer, whatnot. Question, and I think I had already decided: are these guys transshipping and going to go back and get more passengers? I don't have a lot of money, or do I push on here where I have a higher population opportunity? There are reasons to stay here. The production of tech, I've got either engineering or physics. I get a free biology with that. Over here, I could go for biotech, which is harder to get, honestly. And I have a higher population. And it pushes me deeper, you know, onward. So I think I'm going to go for the latter choice. But the tech production is lower. The money production is actually lower because this has been upgraded. But, of course, this could be upgraded too. Well, that doesn't help much. Consortium, and I actually have an interesting situation I didn't realize. I have both an ore and a rare materials here. I have another ore kicking around. So I could do the 3 to Earth to get that bonus. Or I could do my directive. My directive's only worth 3 victory points, but it gets directive out of the way of the type I want. Whereas the Guildmaster is worth 10 victory points. It has a cost of 8 SP. So I have to spend 4 victory points to get that 10. So it's only actually a 6-point advantage, right? And it gives me an advantage for dumping goods on Earth in terms of influence, which normally is not an advantage. Normally you want to sell them off Earth. I don't know. You know, it's like, gosh, I kind of want to get the directive out of the way, but I guess I can remain flexible at this point. Thing that might work for, you see, I'm still stuck on the trade goods, which feel like Merchant of Venus more than anything else, where you're trying to rush to get goods someplace. But then I thought about Merchant of Venus, and you can sell goods anywhere where they're desired, right? Basically, you can always sell goods at the planets that'll take those goods. What there is in that game is an increased demand concept, which I could see kind of factoring into this, using the demand markers and draw those until you get one that could apply. But you'd have to, add some letters to these for where they might apply and whatnot to indicate that increased demand. And it would just be, this is for my trade system. It would just be some kind of bonus that would be added on. And that might actually be able to be worked into the directives or something along that line, so that of course, it would make them even harder to achieve, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Not if you always had a demand marker on everything. Like, if you had to keep drawing until you got one you could place. But yeah, it's just kind of a, gosh, I don't know. But I think something along those lines might work and allow you to keep using the directives and the other components that the game utilizes, and just give like some kind of bonus. I don't know how much. Maybe double the value that you're getting off the first resource that you sell of that type. See, the problem with that is there's the directives ask you to sell 2 or 3 someplace. Nobody was able to find any goods they want to cash in anywhere at this moment. Some things that I need to do, but those things go in reverse order along with the movement. Not a whole lot of movement. I discussed most of them, like this guy going here. We do have an RE heading way out there, taking 3 turns. Why so far? Well, because it started here, and I might want to go to the biology place, though. Yeah, it's too late now. I started here, and everything within kind of 2 is kind of ugly, either likely to be resolved or has warships kicking around that I'd rather not compete with, whatever. This seemed far enough out, but this biology one is actually more appealing, and I went pretty late. I'm gonna head down here instead. It's an RE, so it can go infinite distance at this point. Oh, this guy no, he can still explore, because that's just a no base, not a no exploration. At least there's that with the derelict. And so I might as well stick around, right? Got to pay attention. These guys are going to resolve it, but that means he actually should move, because he's in a position, it's done simultaneous, which to me means I'm prevented from exploring. So let me get him out of there. I gotta look around and pay attention to that. That's one of the things that I'm not used to paying attention to, is hey, do I have an anomaly blocking me? And here it's complicated because I'm resolving the anomaly, but only this is sufficient to resolve it, so I can go on. The other thing I was doing was jiggling these guys around the consortium, getting the guy transferred here, moving someone here so he can pick up goods. This is actually really impressive, that speed 1 CV. That's a nice speed. Obviously 0.5 is better, but the 1.5 is kind of annoying, and so is the 0.5, in that you got to pay whole points and they round up So if you're only going 1 hex, and he really couldn't go, well, yeah, he can't go out here. He's too far away from the base. His base is back here, but he can reach there. First, find another anomaly. Adorable critters. Did we have these before? I don't think so, but I thought I had seen them. This is fairly easy to resolve when somebody gets a chance to do so. But yeah, I'm going to have the advantage there. I get a biology marker for that. Cool. And then it produces entertainment, which is kind of cool. This is going to become a very valuable location. Got a couple of bases there. The problem is it's got no population growth. Damage showed up on this one. I get found the final piece of this. Scored an IP for that. And chose beverages over fine art. Fine art probably makes more money, but I don't really have either. So, right? This is my only base, I think. Nah, I got one down here too. No, that's not me. Color problem. Where is Red's base? Red's base is here. Food and entertainment. Yeah, I didn't have an option in what I have over here. Obviously, I'm not going to have fine art over on Earth unless it's ready to be sold to Earth. We have a conflict. 2 people discovered the last thing, and that is green and pink. Green's earliest in the initiative, so they get the win. You can just take the pink one off there. They succeeded and got an anomaly. Big 7, they can't handle that. Alien artifacts, it creates 3 engineering markers for the victor, and then gives a bonus of engineering and fine art. That's pretty sweet. Getting fine art is a big deal because it can be delivered back to Earth. It also is a valuable commodity. Some of them are kind of shitty. But you've always got some place to sell this. There might be reasons to sell it, directives, etc. So yeah, that's pretty nice. However, we're not in a position to resolve it right away. And in fact, even with the red, I don't think we are. I don't think anybody has a +1 or anything like that. Some of, there are cards that give you a +1 for anomaly resolution, whatever. Oh, wait, Admiral, okay. I shouldn't have turned it off. We're resolving this anomaly, which gets 3 IP over here. And that does nothing. Rescue scout ship. I'm wondering whether rescue is an adjective or a verb there. Doesn't really matter. But then he doesn't get an exploration because of that, so we keep going. Lots of exciting stuff happening at Beta Aquila. We'll get to that in a moment. I mentioned this, I know, in the first Stellar Horizons. I don't think I've mentioned it in this. But sometimes you may not want to complete a survey because by keeping something open at higher value, you have more chance of getting tech chits in general. It's kind of this mixed thing when you discover, and especially when you clear out the last discovery, it's like, okay, now what? I've mined all the information out of here. All right, on to this. This is big because he has a directive on this, but let's just fill it all out. First, he gets a planet. Does he have anything special? No. Okay, great. Then the anomaly chance, which for him is a 3, or 30%. He gets one? Yeah. This is a big turn. And we find one that's going to fuck us up. Well, no, we can still explore. We get an IP for that. Showing you this is sort of a maximal turn on this one. And then I turn in my directive, which is complete a survey at Beta Aquili. I don't get anything special for that, right? They'd better not. Fulfilling a directive gives you 1. Yeah, I haven't been doing that, but it is very hard. So here's the thing. The way information should be presented is when you do something, it triggers and tells you you get that advantage. And unfortunately, there's no way to do that on sort of the mechanicals, right? These little chits can't each tell you you get an IP for that. But remembering what might give you an IP, so you look it up, is a painful process, and one which, I'm pretty sure the other directives out here have not gotten an IP for. Screw them, whatever. That means I get to pick 2 more directives and choose one. This is a survey one. That's my second survey. I believe Starfarers want to do surveys or anomalies. So that's pretty cool, actually. Like, I think I'm the furthest along towards meeting that 4 directive goal. That's a really tough goal. Kind of directives are easier than others. For example, at this point in the game, getting a survey directive actually isn't that hard. Here are my choices. A combat or a science anomaly. A science anomaly has to be a 5 or greater. The combat has to be a 9 or greater. Let me look around. This is obviously not sufficient, plus it's so far out I probably can't deal with it. I might be able to deal with that one. This one's not sufficient. This one, yeah, I could probably deal with, but it's kind of in the wrong direction for where my ships are. But I think I'll take, I actually have a bonus as well, don't I? All anomalies are reduced by 1 in difficulty. That doesn't affect this. But that makes these both a little easier. So I'm going to take the science anomaly one. I think that fits where I'm heading better. I'm just making sure I'm not missing one that's just glaring out there. There's this big guy, but I'm not settled to go there. I'm going to put us to the develop tech. And I need to get some sleep or something. I'm feeling awfully tired. I mean, I slept some during the night, but whenever I said I got up is when I got up. And I didn't get a full night's sleep, so I don't know. It's going to be weird dealing with people. And they're like normal schedule person. But, yeah. There was something I wanted to say. About the game, no less. About the game. What was it? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. And I think I've mentioned this before, but it's really hard to tell who's winning at any given time. Right? And that's kind of important because you do have combat in this, you do have capabilities to smack into people, but it's really hard to assess who's in good shape. Obviously the Starfarers are in pretty bad shape in a lot of ways, but now they're sitting with 2 titles and 2 surveys, or 2 directives that match their goals. And that makes up a lot of room. And the fact that, those surveys are particularly easy to resolve, I'm not sure the anomalies are. You got to be able to find them, But those surveys being particularly easy to resolve means that I may be more likely to get these and get the penalty out of the way, where some of these others, he wants combat or what? Anomaly or combat. No restriction on anomaly. He can do science anomalies. I'm finding the trade ones not necessarily all that easy to do. The combat ones are really hard. Production, I don't know, so-so. 2 terraforms should be easy, but I haven't found a lot of terraforms. 5 of any type. I still think, 4 anomaly or survey is probably easier, but 5 of any type's kind of nice too. And that's a balancing factor that's in play. There's no way you can, just like you can't tell who's winning, there's no way to tell if somebody's, if the game is balanced or not, certainly not from one playthrough. Because there's a lot of luck in this. And there was in the first one too. Just the, first the die roll, then, hey, what did you pick? Is it good? Or are you picking nothing but ones? And then, other people can have influences, whatnot. The Starfarers definitely got beat up early on. You can get unlucky with your damage rolls, whatever. I mean, it's just there's tons and tons of luck. The assumption is that it all kind of balances out, but I don't know if it does. Well, getting to be about midday here on Friday. I've gotten most of my bathroom cleaned, which is sort of the last thing I intend to clean. And it was pretty bad. I still have the sink to do, but other than that, everything else. But, I rediscovered something that I knew but had forgotten, which is to clean the tub. And I take baths, so my tub gets kind of grungy, gets a ring around it, basically. I just, what did I throw in? I threw Comet in, but any kind of bleach cleanser mixture will work. Well, I threw generic Comet in, but you can use like bleach and laundry detergent or something like that. And just soak it a little bit. And then don't try to scrub it with like a lot of elbow grease. Just use like a long-handled brush, like a toilet brush or something like that. And somehow the brush and it just makes it really, really easy to clean in a way that one wouldn't think. Like getting in closer and putting a lot of strength in doesn't help. It's like really, really light work comparatively. I started out trying to clean it the way I usually do, with a little scrubby or a short brush or something like that. Screw that. Something kind of long and you just kind of lightly dance it across. I don't know. Surprisingly easy. All right. Anyway, after that, housekeeping hint. But seriously, like I used to do my laundry in my tub rather regularly, Once every 2 weeks or something, I would do a load of laundry in the tub. And then I started doing delicates only in the tub. But that would always kind of clean it out. And I don't do that anymore because now, I don't know, I don't bother with my delicates. They're just in a box for the most part. Okay, on to the tech. A further bonus, although I cleaned my toilet a while back, last time I cleaned my bathroom, I found that I get a lot of residue, whether I'm using the bathroom or not. Like the toilet over here gets it, and I barely use that, and I flush every time and whatever. I get a lot of it kind of from the hard water or whatever. The same water, just pull the water out of the tub in a bucket and drop it in the toilet. Not enough that it'll flush the toilet. And then try the same trick with that. Just let it soak a little bit and then spoosh it around, and it cleans pretty easily. Now, it's hard to tell because, this isn't like a year's worth of residue or something. But it's a couple months. It's starting to build up again. As I've gotten later in the game, I'm beginning to get a little bit more respect for these guys. Treat J and D worlds as +10 max population. This is a level 2, so I don't actually have one of those purchased yet. That's actually kind of nice. J and D are going to be relatively low. There's a J, that's on the level 2 side. See if I can find a D. There's a D. Like, they have low numbers. If you can boost those by 10 each, you're going to be in a position where you're able to build presumably somewhat larger colonies than other players. Here's the problem, though. Let's say it's this, let's find the system with the J. Now, that's not a great choice either. If it's a system with a low general population, like here, I'm going to have 14 population there, right? As long as I'm under 14, I'm okay, unless someone else is there. And if someone else is there, there's basically no growth going to happen. Now, if I have plus 10, that goes from 14, because say I've got a J bonus, that takes me from 14 to 24. Well, now I have a little bit of room if one other person's there, but if two other people show up there, it's just not going to grow again. You know, so if it's a valuable location like this is, with a couple of anomalies that have been dealt with and whatnot, it becomes really, really iffy. Now, obviously, less players, less problems. A lot of good choices with the Praetorians. I want to hold my card because I got the wormholes, whatever. I have 4. It influence adds 2 to 6. That lets me get into here. For 5, I could have gotten in there, save one biology. Didn't seem. It seems better, I don't know, to spend the bio. I don't know. Although the Syndicate had the points for this cultural dominance and they really like it and really want it. They also have ships arriving here to deposit colonists, a base, and I needed to get up to the harsh space exploration, or whatever. Is it exploration? Environment. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else I absolutely need. I'm going to have to hold my cards possibly for a while, so having chips in other areas is appealing. Oh, forget about this. Does this affect me? Lowest total physics texts have the cost of 1 physics text this turn without modifiers. Ooh, yeah, I need to take advantage of that. So I'm jumping back to both of these to see what I can do. So pink, for example, who's already here, could get this for 50, well, for 12. Before modifiers, yeah. No other bonuses. And could get this for 13 and get an IP. He doesn't have the lowest, so he can't. I was going to say I want to go with the 12 because that would, this would get me the biggest discount. And the IP isn't worth that much. But screw it, he can't go. And red can't go. So only yellow can do this. Did I choose something with yellow yet? I did not. So this is what I'm going to aim for. So this will cost 13 minus 6 is 7, which is a hell of a deal. 13 minus 9, which is 4, is 5. So I actually get 2 tech back, and I did spend it too. And yeah, everybody's going to jump on that. So indeed, everyone slides into this and grabs that. And that goes away at the end of the, at the end of the turn, of course. But yeah, that's a powerful catch-up. The Starfarers went into here, got themselves an IP. I think they may have had to spend one to get that. I have the feeling they were like 1 short. But, you know, getting an IP for that. Yeah, this is a better capability, but whatever. And then over here, we had these jump into capabilities. He needed this, or no, he needed this. And that gets us to 6 people there, not 7. And he went with this. I don't know why. The money balanced out better, I guess. Whatever. And that's going to put me to the end of the turn. Nobody bought an extra thing. Nobody bought any cards or anything. That was an exciting event for everyone. All right, pushing on just to stay awake, more or less, at this point. Yeah, I tried going to sleep around 7 or 8 a.m. and ended up just kind of dozing a little, as I often do. Terraforming and add worlds. Got to remember to add the worlds. I've been doing it, but I was late at one point. So some people have double terraforms from skills and whatnot. This gives you 2 world tiles if you're upgrading. I gotta read the rules on this each time. Like most of these, you know, it doesn't happen enough that I don't get it, that it just doesn't really form a stable pattern in my mind. And there's so much to keep track of already. Not more than 10 above the printed value, which is the same as it works when you get a replacement world too. If the pool is empty, each player chooses 1 removed world to put back in. There's nothing that removes worlds. I don't know. If it has a smaller max population than the original world, you can remove it from the game. Okay. That's something I forgot about, which is that you can't do the same action 2 turns in a row. I don't have a way of remembering that. I just don't. What it means is withdrawing a chit, shuffling the deck, picking the first chit and putting it aside, and then reshuffling again. It just seems like too much work for that impact. And also, I generally walk away at the end of a turn. So I don't remember what the last turn was. Before I got to that, I think this is done in initiative order. Again, these are not specified that I recall. So, yeah. I see that's kind of interesting. If you happen to have one of those, and I don't know if anybody bought one, you get a modifier on a certain type of planet or something. I don't see any. Oh, wait, here's one. Radiation tolerance. You use your max population. So like this guy might be able to live on a J or D world better than he could on another world, which means somebody else could counter terraform it. Now, it goes from the level 2 to the level 1 side. So, and also it's not clear, right? When you terraform a world on its 2 side, you choose a new world. It doesn't say anything about picking its level 2 side. And okay, I gotta remember J's, D's, and E's can't be terraformed beyond their level 2. Which had passed my mind. But again, I have to look at these each time and pay attention to them. So I'm looking at the transhumanists. J is level 2. M is level 2, but my chance of getting a good draw on an M is almost nothing. I think this is my only base right now. So I'll just upgrade this, and I guess I get an IP for that. Terraforming is 1 or 2. The thing that is funny, J's, D's, and E's can't be, you can't terraform from a J, D, or E. but there's no penalty to terraforming to one. Uh, what that means is hard to tell. Like, oh, it says can't terraform to or from on this sheet. So we'll go with that. Here, gas giants, asteroid belts, and earthline moves can't be terraformed beyond, and you can never terraform into these types of worlds. Okay. So I kind of saw an argument for terraforming into an Earth-like moon. Like, almost every system is going to have moons that maybe don't qualify as Earth-like, so like it would make sense, but okay. So you can't go either way with that. That's interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, it would seem really weird to me to convert something into a gas giant. Like, you don't terraform something into a gas giant. I don't know what... the one is the asteroid belt. You could do that. You could blow a world up. Conceivably. Probably can't put it back together again. And I could definitely see shifting the economic focus from something to a terraformed moon into, where the moon is turned into an Earth-like moon. But I don't know. Those moons probably are like other worlds. I really don't know, because it's like, look, there are moons out there that are definitely would be capable into being terraformed into something Earth-like, but they're relatively large, So I don't know if they'd qualify as an Earth-like moon if that's what you turned them into, by say providing them with a great deal of energy or whatever. So, they had the heat they needed. So now I'm on the consortium. I have a lot of choices here. Probably the M is going to be the best choice on this one. I don't know. Doesn't make much difference. It does increase, the max population by a little bit. Can't do this. H, I could convert an H. That would be worth 2 if I get a success. Will I be able to get an... H is arid or something? Yeah. Being able to turn a ruckus into a paradise would be kind of cool. So if I got an M-type world, that would be awesome. I don't think I have a terraforming. But do I want to do that? I don't know. Because an H might produce goods that are more useful to me. And then my other one is here. I have a K, and I have an A that I could upgrade. A can't be upgraded. That's the asteroid belt, right? No, that's volcanic. That could be upgraded. It's worth a lot, though. So that seems like a bad choice. I think I'll go for the H. Now, I draw 2 worlds to do that. That sounds good. That's this bag. All right. So let's try to upgrade the H. And we get 2. Okay. We got a 16L. This is not that appealing. What the fuck is L? Marginal. That sounds worse than arid, but it has a higher population. So we can get 2 IPs by putting that in. We're allowed to discard this. I don't know that we want to. I don't know that we don't. If the bag runs out, there are some in there. Screw it, we'll do that. And we get 2 IPs for that, which is the main reason that we did the upgrade. Because actually, that didn't necessarily give us a better world. Let's take a look at the Starfarers. Everybody's able to terraform. Nothing too special. Where do they have bases? I think they had two. They have one here and one here. So I could go for the K and try to get the 2 IP there. Or these adorable critters aren't a problem. 3-9, that increases money. I don't really care. 3-4, that increases tech. I do care. But I may not wish to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw for the K. See if I can get the 2. I guess my chances are kind of low on that because that's a 10, and we only get one draw. I'm taking a risk. You know, I don't want to take a risk. I want to bank. I want to bank my advantage. So what did we have here? A little bit better money. Better tech, but we already have that here. A little bit better money. I don't know. I'm like setting it up for someone else if I do this. I'll just take my advantage, as it were. Because again, I don't want to take a risk that I don't get my IP off of it. Puts me to green. Green's got the bonus type. They get to do 2 terraforming actions. And they have no bonuses on it. Well, they got lots of options. Because I have the bonus type, I probably want to draw for level 2s. I don't know that I want to screw with that. That $9, that's his goal, isn't it? Or is it yellows? Yeah, it's not mine. Yeah, so where do I have bases? I have bases here. Can't get a double off of any of these. Here. Here. Can't do that one. I can do this one. It's not necessarily appropriate, but or beneficial. I can not do this one. And it looks like I have a base here, which I could play with. All right. Well, I'm going to stop focusing in and just come back afterwards unless something really exciting happens. Not exciting, but I took that volcanic world and I put this in its place, which is got a higher population, but is a much worse world. But it gave me 2 IPs, so I'm not unhappy. That's why I risked that. I still got another one to do. I feel like I'm thinking too hard on these. I don't know. It took a risk trying to upgrade this. They drew an M-class world. Upgrading into an M-class world is very good, but that's too big. It's too good a world to turn this into. Historians also took a risk. In their case, the numbers were fine. They were trying to convert this, but they got 2 things they can't convert to. So that's the end of that. That felt very painful to me. I'm going to just put this here and take a break. What I hate about cleaning. It's nice to have everything kind of out of the way and everything, sure. But, and this is the clutter aspect of it. You can't clean, you can't like get rid of the dirt without getting rid of the clutter first. But when I have clutter everywhere, I can find my shit. When I start putting it away in places, that's when stuff disappears. It goes into these black holes. And it's not like I have to find places for it, and it ends up stacked up, piled up, in boxes, whatever, in places where I don't know where to access it anymore. Where stuff sort of naturally lands is where it's convenient for it to be. It's like, yeah, I got rid of some of the shoes that I had there that I don't really need access to. But everything that I wear, although I actually see one that I don't. Oh no, that's new. Yeah, I'm planning on wearing those. New garbage shoes. But, when I start putting things away, I have to remember where the fuck I put them. And it's not like, in some cases, like putting my games away, I get them in a nice order, and at least with the war games, I know where to find them. With the Euros, yeah, they're put away in a messy sort of way, where it's got more to do with where will the box fit on my shelves. But like with other stuff in my life, I don't have a clear place. What I have is an assortment of junk drawers when it comes down to it. It's really hard, and this has to do with like, being a hoarder or whatever. And the stuff that I have is like, oh, this could be useful. Well, I put it with other things that could be useful. So like I know where my little toolbox is and stuff like that, but there's other stuff that I just have no fucking clue where it should go. So it just goes into a general pile somewhere. A pile that's not accessible, and if it's something that I do use, that becomes a real problem. A couple hours later than I thought it was around noon, and it was around 2. Now it's around 4:30, which means almost raid time. Which means we ought to get a little bit played. Since last turn, a lot of ships were out traveling, and speeds are mainly ×2 or better. Actually, everybody's at 1.5 now. Wow. Oh yeah, the event. A lot of arrivals, which makes sense. And then we'll get to the purchase and repair phase. I still feel it's really weird to be able to like repair a ship just before combat. I also feel like it's kind of weird to be able to build ships and intercept the incoming, but a little less so somehow. I don't know why. Yeah, you know what it is? No, it's not being able to repair just before combat. It's being able to fly into some place and repair the ship. There's no interception or anything happening as you enter the system. The game's got to have some abstractions in it. It's not a detailed, combat game. That's not even the focus of the game when it comes down to it. It's just an add-on that I'm glad is there. But yeah, beginning to think that I ought to up my rating on this. I've got it at like a 6. The problem is I enjoy this at a 7 level, right? At least. But it's got these issues that I'm like, they don't really, other than the map clutter and, the little counters that I have to rotate and all that shit, and the amount of game state, they don't really, they're not the kind of things that are, the things that lower my rating are not things that reduce my gameplay enjoyment. They're kind of like, like what looks like faster than light travel, no matter how you count it, or the trade system that I feel is really kind of like a watered down version of Merchant of Venus when it comes down to it, or the fact that it's not covering, that communications is essentially instantaneous. on a scale of game where communications should be a major factor. And I don't know how you work that shit in. Plotted movement with orders and stuff like that, where you have to follow orders and then maybe make a roll to change them or something along those lines using local initiative. I did stuff like that in an old Traveller Trillion Credit Squadron campaign that I made, where, people had to give orders to the ships that they were sending out. And, had some super high tech stuff, like one guy had instantaneous communication, one guy had a special weapon that was particularly potent, just stuff along those lines that I allowed them, to devise if they wanted to. As sort of an edge, but there would be a major cost to it. And most of the players were playing within sort of the normal Traveller rules, which, are such that basically the speed of a ship is faster than the speed of light, but it is the limitation on communication, which kind of creates kind of a feudal type structure, which Traveller has. But this is something far worse. I don't think a feudal structure could operate, where the transmissions take decades to get there. I just don't think that's possible. Months is one thing. But here, you send a ship off to do something, and, if it takes 30 years to get there, well, that can change in 30 years. The people on that ship may no longer hold to the same beliefs that you sent them off with and stuff like that. So I really feel like this deserved a much different treatment. But the thing is, I really do enjoy the Stellar Horizon system. And, I might not have enjoyed playing the thing that I wish this were. Money running really low on everybody, really. Guess it's been a while since we had Earth production. Yeah. That brings a big question. People might want to use base production to grab at least some money. Obviously, one guy has a directive to do that, but others may want to. Again, why the Syndicate's special card, the self-repair systems, is so fucking valuable. They got to repair a couple of ships for free. Other people are cashing in some trade goods to fix stuff, and even then, couldn't get everything fixed. So, Green, I think, has one. No, Green they actually spent their $3. This guy is out of trade goods that he repaired 2 with trade goods, but he has a couple trade goods here, but those are useful trade goods. I don't want to deal them away. Those are ones that can either help me, maybe the raw materials, but the ore is going here with the other ore, or all 3 are going here. Don't know which. Probably follow the directive, but we shall see. And the Praetorians, this would cost 3 to fix. That feels extreme. I have a lot of trade goods, though, so maybe that's stupid, although I am collecting up ore there. But I got a couple there. I don't know where else I don't think I have any others, but that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So if trade goods came up, that might be a problem. Maybe I want to ditch some shitty stuff. Food is probably shitty, but it's deliverable. That's my directive. Fine art on Earth. Yeah, why don't we fix that with these? Because my worry is that I'll produce too many trade goods. Of course, then I can just take the money and fix things. But hey, why not have the higher value for my survey or exploration or whatever? That's going to put me down to combat. I'm feeling really fatigued. Haven't done a hell of a lot today. I'm mainly cleaning my bathroom, which, some muscle effort, but that's about it. But I don't think I got enough sleep, so Yeah, I think this is a good time to pause. It is Saturday. I got up at 6. That means I don't know, I went to sleep. I should get a couple more hours of sleep at some point. I don't know if I'm going to or not, or what's going to happen, but yeah, my buddy is supposed to arrive around 1, but I think that's when he, gets to the airport, and then he's going to go to a museum or something, so. We got plenty of time, anyway, everything's done. In terms of the house cleaning I'm going to do. And I got my raid for yesterday done. I don't know what I'm going to do while he's here. Like, I'm really stressing about that side of things. But, like, I know when I go out for a walk with someone, which might take 4 hours, 6 hours even sometimes, in the extreme cases, I'm just like in a state of panic and have to get home and do stuff. Thanksgiving was the same way, whatever. Anyway, there was something else I wanted to say. It's weird to have not gone dancing. It always is weird not to have. But I know it was for the best. Yeah, we're on combat. So for all the locations, I've kind of gotten into a mindset of, if I can convince myself not to attack somewhere, I will not attack. And following that, at best I could see some sort of minimal gain. So something like here. Well, actually, this isn't a good example because I don't have as many ships as I thought. Let's look here. The True Faith has a lot of ships here. They have 19 points of ships. I could do a ground attack on that. Might be worth it. Or on this. But anyway, I chose not to. So there you go. I have 19 points of ships versus 8. 19 is liable to give me a fair amount of hits. Yeah, let's fucking do this one. It's not going to affect any of the others. Yeah, this one I think is worth it. All right, I'm going to hit the pink guy. The reason being, he only has 1 colonist there. I wiped that out. I increased my chance. We had settlement growth already, but anyhow, I increased my chance and improved my situation there. Now that might have caused him to launch an attack instead. Oh no, it's Pinko. Okay, so we give Pinky this marker. He is got a -1 to his combat, so he's at even. He's going to throw his 9 points in, though, and that's kind of the problem. And as to pluses, take a look. We got 9, 10, 11, 12. We give +1 to the Pinko, which I'm going to use the red die for, and 5 +1 to yellow. So it's 19 to 8 + 1 is 9. Just check things. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything. Okay. That 9 got an 11, which means that's going to cause 6 hits. And my 19 got a 6. That's going to cause 7 hits. So we got a total of 13 hits to apply. Let's apply them on the defender first. I'm doing 7. Well, the attacker, or the defender gets to choose the first hit. He'll take it on here. But the point is, I only have 5 hits. So these are both going to be destroyed. But now, that big 6 hits. Let's resolve that. The defender has to take the first hit. He can't include this. I'll take it there. This is going to be expensive on me. That's 1. I got 6. Let's now the attacker gets to do 1. Now the attacker only will have 3. I'll hit that. He'll take a second one here. Oh no, he better not. He'll take a second one here for the attacker. The defender, that gets rid of one of these. The attacker will take one, and then the defender gets to put one more, and I'll just knock all of these out. Now, did green go after? Green did not go. Oh, green does go after yellow. So now green has an opportunity, but let's get to yellow first. Yellow launched an attack. Yeah, I think this was a bad idea. I think I would have been better off not making it, which is what my gut told me. All that damage being allocated puts me in an icky position, right? I did a combat, that's one. I destroyed a CV, that's one. I destroyed a base, a settlement, that's another half, rounded up. I destroyed a base, that's two more, that's five. So, Pinko, who's the one who was wrecked here, is going to get 5 IP. I already put the yellow marker there, and that'll last. And then yellow gets 5 draws from here. Can't attack anymore. Less trade goods, worse migration, worse earth production. It's really painful to take these. What about this? He is allowed to attack because the enemy had more escalation. And he had a +2 to his combat roll, so he did more damage, but he did enough damage to wipe the enemy off the board, which, you know, that's pretty cool. Taking that settlement out is a big deal. Now the question is, does green has a you can't attack, so forget that. Okay, so nothing changed from that situation from their point of view. But you can see the True Faith now has taken a lot of damage. They can only repair 2 per turn, and not now from here. So my ships are going to have to, like, probably withdraw. I don't want to sail into here with beat up ships, particularly, which means I'll probably just dump my population there. I was not counting on that big ship doing that much damage, but when you look at the chart, man, it definitely cranks up the damage pretty fast. And on a big roll, wow. In terms of this, we had a -1 to all combat rolls here, but we also have a +1 for who we are. All right, so that got the combat out of the way. I think my initial impression was correct. Don't fight people. It's a bad idea unless you have a really, really important goal. Now here I had an important goal though, wiping out that enemy colony. All right, and now we go on to trade, and then I'll do the cargo transfer movement combination. I kind of do the cargo, I have explained this, but I kind of do the cargo transfer split between the two functionalities, because trading has to be in an initiative order, but movement has to be in reverse initiative order, and movement, I'd have to figure out where I want to move to during the cargo transfer phase, and then remember it when I come back. It might work fine in an opposed game. It does not work for me in the solo. Go into here with a couple of food, which it wants. Base is 2 on foods. ODJ, none of them. ML, none of them. So I will just get $4, which is cool because money is short right now. Like, it's getting like harder and harder as I start concentrating more on colonizing to come up with the money to operate. And therefore, the trade money is becoming more important. And I thought that would happen, but I thought it would happen when the techs run out. Now it's like the idea of trade money or base money is a reasonable choice. I don't have any mission about this, and 2 trade goods to some random place is not on the directives either. That gets rid of this, and then we draw 2 and pick 1. I don't think we have anything. Gotta remember shit like this. Draw 2, pick 1. We chose beverages because we have some here. You know, I mean, it barely matters. We're not going to go out of our way to ship that, but maybe it happens. That food getting there was just really a matter of I had extra space that I couldn't fill in my ship, like, because it was too expensive to build settlements. Some of my cost for having launched that attack is any further exploration I was planning on pushing this way, colonists I was maybe planning on dropping off there. That's just not going to happen now. I got to wait around. I either have to pull back or wait around and repair. You know, I can repair 6, which is actually all that I have, if I have the cash for it, which I kind of don't. So I'm actually in a bit of a problem here. There's 2 more chits. One of them is base production. The other one is the initiative. The initiative will let me get rid of some of that crap. Base production's a big deal because that's my directive, and I'm going to be producing money so for the directive, so I'm going to have cash. Other than that, I have a couple of resources. I do have a fine art here, so hauling that ore back to Earth starts working towards filling out the trade goods that I need at Earth, but it isn't enough. So yeah. The fast speeds that the syndicates have, this is a huge deal. I'm shifting, first of all, I've got a big enough base I can put some smaller ships out here, which is awesome. And I'm also able to shift here for 2 turns back to Sol, you know, flying ships from Earth to here. And I want to hit way stations. There's no real reason. Sure, I may end up getting to this, but that's not going to happen before that ship arrives. And, you know, we're pushing the boundaries of what we can explore. We look around and we're like, yeah, you know, from here we could get to here, or we could get down to here. But I don't know how much I really want to compete with other people and generate problems. Actually, see, this is a 2-turn trip from here. That's the problem. And I don't want to settle this particularly. We're at 6 for a 7, and nobody's got the bonus. Nobody's got a bonus for resolving those, I think. Oh well. Anyway, we can always shift another ship down next turn if we so desire. It's not like it would cost us more movement. The only question would be if we wanted this one to go, instead of from Earth to here, all the way down here. This is a really good space in terms of bonuses. Not a good space in terms of population, though. But we're alone there, so it's not that terrible, but it could get there. The Givers have a lot of interesting stuff going on. First of all, they're sending a lot of combat ships here to deal with this, because they have a directive to deal with a combat anomaly. Cool. Do they care what? Yeah, they want only 2, but they've got to be terraforms, and terraforms aren't very common. I don't know. We'll see. I know they're hard because they're like also, like I saw one of them, it was like convert to an M-class planet. That's hard to do. You have to draw one. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? We just had terraforming. Hasn't affected anything yet. But those go in there. I knew it's just so easy to forget. Okay. So green has that directive, but this also qualifies now for the Guardian. So So I'll be able to buy a title as well as the directive. I have plenty of influence, so no problem with that. In addition, I'll get a shit ton off this. I don't know how much I care about it. It's not bad, but I'm trying to push my way this way, so I'm kind of opening up a system for someone else, but that's okay. And I'm within range of Earth, so no problem, which is, again, kind of the interesting thing. Like, you're within range of Earth. Once you get that 2 CV range, all the way to the edge of the board here, and not here, it gets you to here. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know why the board is so unbalanced in terms of directions. I kind of get the idea why width would be smaller, not from any like reality perspective, but rather from designing the board. I don't know if they really wanted to get Beta Aquili on there. Maybe these are more promising stars, but I doubt it. Like, if you look at some of these, like a trinary system, wow, that seems, to me, pretty unlikely to have habitable planets on it, to tell you the truth. But this may have to do with what's mapped. Like, the detail of mapping in this section is better than if you moved it over a hex or something. Could just be that. I don't know. Anyway, it feels weird to me. So I moved those there, sending a ship back to Earth, a warship back to Earth. This thing is fine. It's not going to get to resolve the adorable critters, but I can try to get the last survey there. That guy came from here. This guy's the big question. He has a lot of options. I could push him into a space like this, or here, or whatever, to do surveying or exploration. I probably don't want to go anywhere where I'm likely to get into combat. Just doesn't make sense. This is a big hauler, though. So maybe he wants to go back to Earth. Whatever, it's going to cost me 2 turns, because I don't have the fast stuff. To get 1 hex, so maybe going 3 hexes or 2 hexes out makes sense, like somewhere here. But I kind of want to keep my hauler near Earth, so probably not. I could stay exactly where I am and do mining, because I don't have a base here. And that would allow me, let's look at the mining rolls. I never remember these because I don't do them. To get a buck or 2. That seems pretty crappy compared to, like, getting a buck or 2 this turn doesn't seem like a great deal. Right now I have a lot of settlements cost increases. I think and I'm sending someone who can pick up a settler anyway. I think I just go here. Okay. That's it. I remember these fast ships. I keep forgetting them. Because it makes a difference, and I'm just not. It's again one of those things that's just not in my mind. This guy's here. Too cluttered. I moved a ship out. The consortium had all kind of complex plans, and I'm trying to effectuate those. Same way givers are doing complex stuff, feels like consortium is as well. And it's starting to get to the point where what you're doing with your movement and everything is really becoming a lot more impactful, and you're having to put a little bit more, or I'm having to put a little bit more thought into it. What I'm doing is the transhumanists in particular are having a hard time figuring out how to do anything of value. I sent beverages somewhere. Oh yeah, I sent beverages here. I don't have enough cash with my settlement penalty to buy. I mean, maybe if I look around. I don't... See, here's the problem. It takes me 2 to get here, but I can pick up another beverages here. Okay. This will be selling it at someone else's base, but I could pick up a settler and push him out there too, and thereby like set up a little trading community at the same time I drop the goods off. I don't know if I'll remember what the hell I'm doing. But I got beverages over here as well that I could sell. So I have multiple options, plus I can pick up a second one there. I was looking around to see if I had more cash kicking around, but I don't think so. I think that's my only base. Which means I don't want to sell the fine art. I mean, I could have just sold the fine art for cash. Say I'm not going to get that, and get $6, which would have bought me 1 settler. Yeah. And I want to sell 2 trade goods at Earth for my director, maybe 3, if I can hold out that long and get stuff. But yeah, I felt like he didn't have much to do. In some cases, people are just kind of kicking around where they are, because I get exploration there. I did have a hard call somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Where I sent someone. I didn't send him from there, because that would be stupid. No, he came from here. Okay. Where I sent someone, yeah, here. I sent someone to a place with a lower chance of success, but more of a chance of the final survey. That final survey is worth an IP, but you also get the marker. I don't know how much that's worth in victory points. But I'm saving them, so they must be important, right? Somewhere or another we had the victory points listed. Yeah, they're only worth of 1 victory point each. So I'm getting 1.5 victory points if I succeed in this, as opposed to who knows what, but maybe better chances of exploration if I'd gone someplace, and I don't remember where I came from, it was probably here, but I might have gone someplace that had, it may have been here, that had a better shot of getting a successful exploration, but I don't want to cope. Anyway, we're going on to exploration. Figuring out the movement and everything is getting to be a hefty task. Like I said, there's a couple of people who had really big tasks, really big complicated maneuvers that they wanted to do. At least it feels that way to me. The Givers and the Consortium both had things that they're planning and that they're plotting that require a lot of thought there. And then there's people who are like, it's hard to find anywhere to go anymore because it's getting so crowded, at least in their local area. So that becomes harder too. So everything in the movement and repositioning is getting harder. Trade goods are beginning to come into their own to some extent, largely because it's just getting too expensive to fill those big ships up with the amount of settlers you want to send. Might be a hint there. If you're in a non-combat game, you might be able to opt, like either co-op or solo. You might be able to get better returns off small ships, the smaller cargo ships that are relatively cheaper, and fill them up with your settlements and whatnot. If you don't have to worry about battle and I don't know what else. The problem with that, of course, is the newer, fancier, bigger ships are better at other stuff too, like exploration and everything. Wherever it was, I don't know, there was somebody who could have stayed in mind, he could have, but it's a bum deal. It's a bum deal. Until things get too denuded of explorable locations. I moved my way through explorations, and nothing too exciting happened. I mean, an RE blew up, but that shit happens. I noticed, hey, I was within 3% of losing an RE for the Praetorians up here. And I remember there was a title for that. Well, he picked it up already. Okay, fine. But what I did see was have a base with at least 15 settlements. People are getting fucking close to this. 14 here, 13. I don't think there's anything that's F15 yet, but people ought to be aiming for it at this point. Of course, there's a fair chance that this might come up before the amount of turns to transfer some stuff into here, but it's definitely a goal to go for. I'll try to remember that, but it's going to be hard because I'm probably not going to get to play any of this until, I don't know, Wednesday next week, you know, and it's Saturday right now. So ideally, what would happen when I come back to it is that I evaluate everything, all this game state that I'm kind of keeping in my head overnight from day to day. The reality is I probably won't. I'll make an attempt, but I won't be able to capture everything in my head. I'll be looking at the directors, but will I look at the titles? Will I look at all this stuff? I'm at a good stage right now in terms of playing it, you know, without making as many mistakes as I'd like to, or as I often do. But the walk away and the amount of state that there is in this game is enough to cause me regular issues. You know, compare that, again, it's not fair. If I compare it to something like EU Pop or High Frontier or something like that, yeah, when I walk away, I'm lost as to what I'm supposed to do. High Frontier is worse because it's not clear where you're going. You know, your ship's off somewhere and you're like, which way is it heading on this path? Little arrows or something might help, or write stuff down. But when I compare it to, like, you know, the old time games, things like EU or Empires in Arms, different types of games, but you know, we used to play Empires in Arms once a week, and we'd all get together and play our game of it, and then, you know, be back in another week. As opposed, you know, and nobody had any real problem assimilating where they were. It's not the best way to play it. It's better at a con or something where you can devote, you know, day after day of playing. Okay, I think I'm over here. I mean, I know I'm on this column and haven't done any of it. Whether I should be at the top or bottom, who knows? I do sort of a... But I think I may have done... There was nothing in this column, so... But anyway, we're here. We have these adorable critters to resolve. And I think that's a better thing than going for this. So we look and see who gets the first shot. And the Starfarers get first shot at it. So they will get a biology marker to resolve it. You know, because doing the survey, which might be worth more, it's not guaranteed I succeed. I've only got a 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, that wasn't too cool. And more entertainment production here. Gotta remember these happen with base production. I have not had base production in a while, so I think I'm okay. And then we go and green does their exploration. Now green is very good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we hurt ourselves. To finish this area off though, which is cool. Getting one of these chits. We have a whole bunch of them, but there's nothing to buy with them now. Yeah, there's no title for them now. It's like, yep, somebody got that. Way, my handling system by system doesn't really work for that, right? So like, let's say this guy and this guy both reached their 3 in the same turn. Well, how would I know that? So this guy might hit his 3rd when I'm hitting here and then keep going. So what I should be doing with titles like or with things like that are competitive, I think it's only the titles, between multiple players, is I should grab that title and put it next to the player in some way to indicate they have the opportunity to buy it, but they're going to get it in initiative order after all exploration's done. It's hard to reconcile, you know, the mechanisms that make this game playable, which are not part of the rules. Things like doing a system by system check for exploration. Now, would this be the same in an opposed game? I don't know. You know, somebody succeeds in it and they're like, I want that title. And then they're like, wait, hold on. Over here, Lumen 16 has been fully explored. Now Blue got the bonus, getting their first successful survey. This is not what they're going for. I don't remember what they're going for. Solve a science anomaly. Yeah. Did not get an anomaly. Didn't get a planet upgrade. Nothing. Complete success up here. Scoring up to him. And this is the thing. He just got 4 at the same turn he got 4. So it could have happened on the 3s. And we got a demand marker. We didn't have a lot of choices. A pair of food. Is too damaged to do anything? This guy failed. Looking at this, they don't have enough between them to do it, so they'll just explore. But led me to think about something. You know, where I fuck up in this game state, look, I screw up in a lot of games, all right? I'm thinking, you know, when it's a more traditional war game or something and I fuck something up, I just figure something weird happened and that's cool. There are things that the game system doesn't necessarily accomplish, take care of, whatever. It's just sort of a let it be, it's too bad. You know, it bothers me more when I'm playing in an opposed game than in a solo game for obvious reasons, you know, because there's a sort of a competition element. Not that there isn't when I'm playing solo. Like, if I didn't feel a competition element, I wouldn't get anything out of these big multiplayer solo games. But it's just different, right? Like, you feel bad for the person who fucked up in their disfavor, or you feel like somebody who got an advantage that was against the rules, you know, maybe should have to pay some sort of price for it or whatever. Cut off one of his fingers. But, yeah, I just, you know, I think it's best to just let it go with the, shit, you know, whatever. As much as you can. As much as you can. But, you know, that can lead to people wanting to cheat. People who aren't intentionally cheating. One of the things that I have as a real problem is the concept of you're more likely, I think, depends on your personality. Like, I often find myself making errors and catch myself and only make a big deal out of them if I'm the one who, you know, if I'm the one who benefited through me cheating or whatever. I might mention, oh, I did something weird. I'm not expecting my buddy, but like I hear a car, and cars are odd enough here, and that's one I haven't seen before. But I think most people, and I'm not, you know, thinking badly of people, I just think most people are more likely to be looking out for and paying attention to the rules that advantage them and more forgetful about things that don't advantage them, right? And so I think it's more likely that somebody will notice, oh, I've been fucking up that rule. I see it now. Like, if you go to look something up or whatever, quite often it's to see if you can get an advantage, and then you realize, wait a minute, I've been screwing that up all this time, or whatever. So I think it's just more likely in general to notice those things. So I'm not really saying, you know, obviously, look, if people are going to cheat, maybe they're encouraged by that if you're like really lackadaisical about it. But on the other hand, it's also geez, you know, what do I do about this? Type of situation. And it's like, well, it only hurt you, and you didn't take advantage of it. And yeah, I mean, it was in the rules, and you kind of had to. But trying to fix that is painful, where it's like, it's relatively easy where there's a conflict of interest to say, well, what would be a fair, what would be a fair penalty for what you did cheating wise? Like, look, you overpopulated the settlement, let's just remove your extra settlers. That's allowable, you could have done that. These humanists got an exciting turn. Found a planet, but they also found an anomaly. That one is stellar flares. It's worth 2 physics markers. It prevents everything, but I have enough points to overcome it next turn, and it'll create physics marker production additional. I mean, systems that don't have an anomaly in them become less valuable. Like, as the anomalies show up, they tend to bring additional value. So where there are a lot of anomalies are more attractive places, but they don't necessarily have the highest population capabilities, whatever. That's the end of the exploration phase. Nothing too exciting, and that'll bring us to development. I want to push on. See, it's still really early. So I think if I push on, I can get another turn done. The other thing I wanted to do, which was get more sleep, well, coffee has kind of changed that. And I don't know. I don't know where that's going to go. The first couple, the Praetorians picking up size 6 vehicles. Given how warlike they are, those can be really dangerous. Plus, they have the +1 cargo, which, good luck remembering that. Because again, I'm not used to thinking about that, although I kind of remember that they're assigned to them. But the exciting thing is that the syndicate here bought this cultural dominance finally. After settlement growth, they can roll a die on a 3 or less. They can convert. This is similar to that. There's only in one system. It's really just a weaker version of his special ability, but it's also worth 5 victory points. And then I picked up a level 3 genetic for my hand, because I'm on the tech chart. I'm close to being able to buy level 3s. Not that close. I gotta get this first, which is flying. Settlement growth +1 on each J or E world where you have a base. Treat J or E worlds as +30 maximum population. J is the gas giants. E is, I think, the Earth-like moons. It's an interesting set of options. Like, +30 is a lot. Most of these are like +5 or +10, and it's just kind of like, I don't know. But +30, that cancels out 3 more players being in your system. So, yeah, you could actually develop pretty decent-sized bases in those kind of systems with that. This is, I'm assuming, well, it's expensive at 35, and I'm nowhere near, but also a decent number of victory points. But if you compare, this was a good deal too. Rivers chose to pass, dumping their cards. I had a card I liked, increased fleet size, but I got the stabilized wormholes and another copy of it. And this easier migrants. Every time I read this, I don't know which population increases which. Migration increases population by 2 instead of 1. I think that's the percentage chance thing. But I'm not sure. But that would be what makes sense. Growth is migration is if you get the percentile roll. And I think somebody else has this one too, or had it. is also going to dump their cards. I don't like dumping this one, but I'm nowhere near. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, I don't want to spend influence to try to hold on to a card that who knows when I'm going to get it. And in particular, techs and fleet improvements cost 2 less. Tech improvements, that's a huge deal. But we're beginning to fill out the chart. And 2 less, I mean, it helps. But it's like, I don't know. It's getting so late in the game, I'm not going to get that much off of this. And its victory point value isn't that high. Also, I don't seem to be getting any biotech because I'm over in places that don't produce it. This one, I don't really care about the fighting one at all. So I don't mind dumping my cards particularly. I don't know what I'm going to take for them though. I don't have a level 2 fleet improvement. And I'm more likely to be able to afford that than a level 3. And I can't buy level 3 of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should have a marker there. Really wants one of their cards. Not this Science Academy, because again, we're getting to where exploration's beginning to run down. Genetic manipulations cost 5 less. Well, I've bought a lot of them already. Reduce difficulty of science anomalies and events by 3. It might be cool. I mean, I'll take it. It's worth good victory points and everything, but I'm not really gung-ho about it. But this Gifted Artists, I was 1 away from getting it. I don't know. I think all my resources, all my trade goods, are ones that I want and have plans for. So I don't want to spend that, so I'd have to break into influence for it. And I'm just like 1 away. And I am playing around, I think, with bio stuff in the near future, if not now. So I kind of feel like, yeah, I'll be able to buy that. It's another level 1, so it'll cost 12. And I really want the ability to produce more trade goods because I am the consortium and I like to sell stuff. And we close things up with the transhumanists who kind of want to keep their cards, although I don't know if they're going to be able to take advantage of them when it's valuable. So they also did a cheap purchase into there. Let's see. I don't think anybody got anything exciting. The CV6 had some impact. I had to move that counter is all. And that puts me to end of turn. And I don't know. I don't know if I'll be up again. It's early enough that I probably will be up and do another turn. But who knows, you know. Maybe the coffee buzz wears off and I collapse into sleep. I do want to have enough time to sit outside to wait for my bud. Kind of weird dichotomies, I guess, dualities of this sort of heavy game state, more modern design and pulsed play. These games also tend to be designed to be of a more competitive feel, right? I'm thinking here, you know, of the Virgin Queen Tanto Monta type stuff as well, the EU Pop, this. They all feel like games where, as a player, you're presented with all this kind of information, and it just feels like you're trying to aim for victory points and stuff like that in a way that, like, if I look at something like, and I brought up others like EU or Empires in Arms or whatever, which feel more like they're about the narrative. They're telling me a story, and I'm aiming for victory in them, although in EU that doesn't make any sense at all. But it just doesn't feel like it's designed to be as competitive in any sense. It feels more like it's designed to express just what's happening, in a way that's, and maybe it's simply that it's easier to assimilate all the information or whatever. But the thing is, with all this game state and everything, it makes it hard to play competitively for me. Right? Like, there's more than I can keep track of, and I feel like I'm going to stumble at the end and just say, okay, well, somebody won, and I'm not sure why. Shit happened, and I don't have a good narrative of the story of the game, and so I don't actually learn the competitive, like, lessons that one expects to learn. Now, earlier Euros tended to be focused on that competition, and it felt, and maybe this is just a mindset thing or whatever, but the earlier Euros tended to focus me onto this sort of mindset of competition, and I feel like this kind of does the same thing in that way, but the amount of information I had to process and the decisions I had to make were much, much simpler, which meant that I could attempt to achieve that competitive level in them. And these games that have way too much information for me to assimilate easily, where it's not clear who's winning or whatever, it feels like this barrier, in addition to the barrier to, like, discerning the narrative out of the mess of what's happening. And interleaving, pulse play, all of that kind of stuff just does that, and it gets in the way. And when I first started seeing these things, pre-Euro, back in the 1980s, some war games were coming up with, and I'm thinking about stuff like Civil War there, or Korean War, that started using interleaving, that started using some of these more modern and innovative designs. I loved them, right? I really absolutely did. Some of them were flawed. Think Pax Britannica here. But that had sort of a mutual, everybody can act at once type of rule in it, which, like this, caused tremendous problems, and you have to impose order on it, or people will make the game unbearable. And then attempts to impose order start really showing where the advantages lie, although they lie there anyway. But anyway, I really loved those new design ideas. And then when I ran into the German games, what Euros used to be called, back in the 90s, the early 90s, I was like, there were innovative things that I really liked in some of them, but then others felt way too sort of bare bones of a game, and then some of them were just, there's too much going on, and whatever. So they were kind of a hit and miss thing, and they never told the narrative in a proper way. I feel like Civil War, Korean War, Pax Britannica, they told a nice narrative that I could look at and understand, and I could tell you what happened at the end of the game. The Euros, I couldn't. But I'm like, yeah, but it's like playing a game of bridge. I'm just playing for the competition. These games, these more modern, like, mixed games and whatnot, boy, they really put me in a questionable position in terms of how to evaluate them, because the gameplay and the way they're designed and everything cuts in and takes away the narrative and makes it so that the competition is the only thing that's really there for me. And it's not like the narrative's not here. You could piece it together and try to write it up or something, but it's just not easy for me to assimilate and understand, just in the same way that the amount of board state is not easy for me to understand what the fuck is actually going on. So there's too much complexity, too much busyness going on, which leads me to then it must be a competitive game if I can't get the narrative, but it's not really. because it's not clean in the way that the truly competitive games are. And this is where I kind of don't like where the gaming hobby as a whole has gone. War games have more and more introduced, and this kind of game, which I wouldn't call a war game, but these things that are more simulation games have more and more started introducing modern designs that get in the way of the narrative, and they get in the way of understanding what the fuck is actually going on. And you just feel like you're dealing with a mass of information, right? Which may be very realistic, but and so they take away one of the great joys that I had of the game of games. But the modern Euros have moved in a similar direction of adding so much complexity, and these kind of are in the same place. They have the complexity of the old games that had a narrative that was possible to find, but they've obscured that narrative, and the more modern, heavier Euros have like obscured the sort of clean lines of the old Euros and German games, and made them so that they're no longer competitive in the same sort of way. They're not like, you can't just grasp them and kind of see what strategy you want to take or whatever. Of course, you know, even very simple games of that sort of old style. Thinking Bazaar here, very simple game, simple rules. The peculiarities of the way the information is present in the game are such that I couldn't play it competitively well or whatever. And I feel kind of the same about Age of Renaissance there, Advanced Civ. I feel like but those games are more about throwing lots of crap in. Bazaar, there's no narrative whatsoever. It's like a card game, right? But I couldn't like grasp. I understood what the strategy should be and everything, but I couldn't grasp how to effectuate it. And that's sort of where the problem comes, is as these games get more and more cluttered with information, it becomes harder and harder to play them competitively effectively for me. I mean, look, I'm not good at chess or Go, especially chess, but I thought I could become good at Go at one point. But I can grasp sort of, okay, I want to do this, and then start coming up with how I would effectuate that, right? But those are kind of unfair because you can really devote yourselves to them. Now, maybe you're supposed to devote yourself to this or to a modern Euro or something. I don't know. But just some of them babblings. I think it's around 11 now, 11:20, something like that. And if I don't play, I'm going to overstress. Because that's what happens to me. So, let's see what we got. Oh no. This is why I don't like intermediate values. I like them to go like 1, 5, 25, 125, I don't know. I do, 1, 5, 25, 100, 500. It is base production. Okay, we got all kinds of interesting stuff going on because of all the anomalies and stuff. At least one player has that $9 billion directive that they got to make sure they get. Kind of doesn't matter what order I do this in. I think it makes the most sense to do it in reverse initiative order, although really it's hidden, so I just tend to just go around the table. I go system by system. I think I actually have been going system by system. This is hard to call because Earth production is going to be in again, as is base production. What's the leftover one? Initiative and discard. Okay. Yeah, I can peek at the last one because I know what that's going to be. I'm trying to think if the complexity of the situation requires that I do things a little differently. And I think I want to still go system by system. I think it's just the easiest to cope with. Same, I still have to evaluate each nation's goals as I hit them. So for example, here I'm hitting the consortium and I'm like, okay, do they need a ton of money? Because otherwise I'll go with tech. Well, I'm shipping some stuff to deliver one way or another. So I think the answer is I shouldn't need a ton of money. The problem is I have the edge on either of these. This one's my directive. I want to do that, but it's like, is the title more valuable? Because I can't guarantee that I get that. Like, I can guarantee that I get this, even if I don't do, even if I don't do it now, I will get it eventually. But I'm also like, yeah, we're getting close to where the game might end, and I'd like to get as many of my directives out of the way as possible because the penalty for that is worse than the title. So I think I'm going for that, but it's hard to tell. I figured out why you need to do this in initiative order. I don't think it's going to be an issue here, but if those pools start to get low, they become a less valuable source, and that might force some people to take cash instead. But there's nothing in the game that says you do it in initiative order. I guess it would be, but yeah. Well, we'll see. If we start running low, I may have to switch over for the final part. Neat thing, places that produce biotech tend to have higher habitabilities, right? If they've got an M planet or whatever, maybe. I don't know. It just feels like the numbers, I'm getting good numbers on those. And biotech's been hard to get a hold of. So we're kind of reaching for that. A hard place here. So the fun and the entertainment, those produce money. But this big 7 money production and the +1 is like, oh, maybe I should take that instead of the tech. Because if I take tech, I don't get the $1 billion extra cash production. Let's get into that. Pirates. Okay. I don't know why. Guess additional shipping or whatever going on. But it's a hard call. In the case of the Givers, they have the wormhole thing. That could be especially important to them because I've got bases kind of spread out, although these two are close together. This one's kind of jumping away, and I'm trying to push my way out this way. This doesn't count as a base for that, though. The wormholes don't work near Earth, oddly enough. So, you know, I think I actually want the physics tech, but these guys might take the money. I don't know. Depends on what kind of card they have. They don't have a physics card. They're fairly far advanced in physics, although this one is a big expense that they need to make the jump to. So I don't know. We're at another step. I ran out of entertainment chits as far as I can tell. Pawing through those is a pain in the ass, so I'm not sure. But, so I gave the option to the first person to get that, but I mean, if there's someplace else that generates entertainment chits, that's gonna suck. I don't think there are. Those are the adorable critters or whatever. But yeah, the Starfarers wanted that instead of $1, so the Givers get $1 for theirs. As I try to remember, did I take anything else? Because I spent so much time looking for the chits. I don't know if I took my tech yet. So I decided, even with a lack of money, unless I really need the money next turn or something, I don't think I'm going to take it. Because this comes out to 8 billion. That comes out to 3 chits. 3 chits is probably, let's see, I think it averages out at 3 per. So 3 chits is worth $9 worth of tech. And I do have stuff I want to work towards there. So yeah, as long as there's still things I want to fill out, I don't see taking the cash unless there's some overriding reason. Even this guy who has a directive to get 9 billion from base production, he's got another place where he can get that 9 billion over here. And this gives better physics production. Like, this will give 3, 4, 5 physics production. This is going to produce 2, 3 engineering. The money is worth more, you know, because he has that directive. If somebody else is there, they might take the money too, because this is a worse trade-off. The money is a higher valuation at almost 3 to 1. And the physics cup has run really low. We have made our way through here, which means here. So we have pink, blue in physics areas, red. I can't tell. I got to look at the numbers. So pink and blue could take physics or machine or engineering. But maybe they want physics more, so we gotta look at them. Pink and blue are interested. Who else is there? That's green. I can't tell, but if I zoom in real close, I can kind of see. I don't know. The closeness with the blue makes it impossible. So they're not in the running there. This, however, is so red is in the game here. Come down here, none. And I don't know if there's any bases out here. Yeah. So 3 people have to go. Blue has first dibs. And now I have to kind of decide which order I want to do things in. And now blue is actually not sure what they want. I don't have the CV6s, but I also don't have the movement modifier ×1. That's a 30 physics tech, so I think I'm taking my draw first. I get an extra one here. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess red will go for it. See, I may go for money. Because I have people coming in here. But I don't get these 2 markers, and that changes the equation completely. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for physics with red as well, which may mean that pink gets cut out of the opportunity to take physics. They could take engineering, though. Well, it's too low. There's only 2 in there, which would mean I would get a couple of bucks instead of 2 of my physics. That's obviously not worth it. So what I'm going to do is I am not going to take physics there, but I get a physics marker here, so I'm going to actually take that turn. Now I have to figure out a way to mark that I've jumped out of the way with these guys, like this. So he produces engineering, so 1 engineering, 1 biology, 1 physics, plus another engineering, so because of the size of the base. I'm actually recording the ones that have fulfilled ahead of time by putting a pile on them, and then I'll resolve that when I get to it. So red is now out of the game. They will not be taking any more physics, so they're down. Blue is also out of the game. Nobody's really interested in the physics anymore at just 1, but there was a competition for that one, potentially. Which means pink now will take the engineering, I guess, which is 3, 4, and a biology. I missed this one. There is an extra, oh, that's biology, cool, because there's 1 more physics marker left, so I can take the tech for this, and I got to choose whether I want bio, which I have none of, or engineering. I have to look kind of carefully because I may have a desire card-wise to get a lot of engineering. This one, yellow, must take money. Not because of the chits or anything, but because of their goal. So they have 8 and 6. I don't have to look on their own. It gives an extra billion only. Okay. 8, that brings me up to 9 billion, which fulfills my directive. I'll get a new directive. But yeah. I actually also opted for cash from this. That 8 billion is a pretty good deal compared to 2 chits. 2 chits gives about $6 billion worth of must-be tech. So the 8 billion is actually worth more because you can turn that in for tech. So it's just worth doing. And now let's check that directive. We draw 2. Production. Now, there's a timing issue here. Did I gain that immediately? I think not. I think I have to finish the phase before I get this new one. Or resolve a science anomaly of 9 or higher. Now, I think we had a spill when I moved things. Yeah, the true path, production or terraform. I'm interested in production, so I'm going to take that 7 billion base production. That means I got to wait until the next time base production comes around, but you know, it's as likely to come around as terraforming in the near future. They're both going to get reshuffled before it goes in. And I can definitely make that. The terraforming, I don't know, what is it? Oh no, I wouldn't get the terraforming. I'd get this science anomaly. Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. This one fulfills one of my penalties if I get it out of the way. There's no anomalies left. The world, the universe gets simpler as we drive in this direction. I don't know, you know, I mean, we can kind of look, but it feels like there's been a density of anomalies that's higher than what this could provide. Take my stress downstairs for a little bit, and we'll be getting into the reduce markers, build ships, all that kind of shit for a little while from now. It's noon, and I'm really like anxious about this whole situation. I'm sure it'll be fine once things are underway, but you know, it's like I calculate. He said he's gonna be here at 1, but that was before. First of all, I don't know if that's when his plane lands. He didn't give me information on his plane. And then there's also this, and of course I don't ask, right? Because I don't ask anything. I never feel like, I feel like people should share what they want to share, right? But it's like, yeah, it would be helpful to me, but I think he was saying that he'd be here around 1, but he's planning on going to an airplane museum that's at the airport. And I told him to just, you know, do that without me rather than come here, pick me up, and go see it. Because I'm not all that interested in it. But it's like, so I'm counting on it being around 2, but now I'm like, yeah, but I kind of wanted to sit outside for a while. Well, let's get a little bit of this done. I probably am not going to be able to finish the turn, but the real problem is I may end up finishing the turn or playing a lot more of it and not getting to sit outside for a while with a nice vodka martini, which is my way of de-stressing enough to deal with this whole thing. Things are weird in the game because this cup is empty, which means there's almost no desirability to do surveys. I mean, you can get a few bucks, but there's almost no desirability to do surveys on a planet, or research for that matter, or in a system where physics is what you're going to gain. So now people who are in physics systems may move to get out of them because of the cup, which is totally gamey. In pool of arrivals, this is a sign that the speeds are getting higher. Ships are generally just going 1 or 2 systems, and it's like, yeah, you know, once you start hitting that 1 multiplier, it's obviously But yeah, it just a decent amount in space here. No one built anything new that'll put us to the combat phase. Some repairs. In fact, almost everything got repaired. I even repaired the CV2. I thought about heading it home, but it's like, geez, you know, it's such a long trip. I'm at a 1.5, so 1, 2, 3 would be 5 turns to get there in order to squeeze out another $4. I might as well spend the $3 to repair, and because it's unable to survey with a hit on it, and you know, do some more shit, and kind of hope it gets destroyed at some point. I mean, I could just destroy it, but it's like, yeah, it's really questionable to have some of those old ships. My stomach is killing me right now. Nerves issues, whatever. So I got to break and take another shit. As I move into the combat, I keep looking at this guy. He's got this, you can't attack, but he's set up, you know, to launch and try to eradicate an enemy base, right? In a way that's appealing, but, you know, the escalation marker kind of doesn't make sense to me, right? I don't know. It feels like you shouldn't be able to attack unless you want something worse to happen. But if you're already kind of engaged in war with someone, the idea that like your faction or whatever would just pull back from that and say, yeah, you know what, we're not doing that anymore. Could be especially bad for somebody like the Praetorians, who are built around being able to attack. That's one problem that comes out with, you know, guys who are out here, way out in the hinterlands, doing exploration. If they find anomalies, you can't take advantage of them. And I've got an anomaly directive, which makes it doubly important for me to like get my ships near those. I think I'm choosing not to attack. I have a couple of places where I could fight, but you just don't want to, you know. Although this guy can't attack, so maybe it would be worth it, but it just feels like I'd be putting myself, I feel like you're taking a hit to maybe cause worse pain to someone else. And that's something these guys can't afford. They've taken too many hits by being the target. Going outside and listening to music, which is appealing, and I think I'm going to do it soon. The hell with finishing the turn. Brings this incredible desire for a cigar then. I'm like, damn. I smoked my last one early this year. Not last ever. I decided not to order more or whatever. And now I'm like, yeah, with this good weather, it's really an appealing idea. And no one is in a position where they want to attack. 3 players are sitting on can't attack tokens. This guy's got a -2 combat, which I decided affects raids because they're listed under combat. So just kind of yeah, it's just nasty across the board. And the people who don't, you know, the Starfarers don't have a penalty. These transhumanists don't have a penalty, but they're not really positioned for really good attacks. I've got an iffy one I could make here, but it's not going to do me good. So in a position to make a desirable trade at this point. So we push to the cargo transfer. I've done some of it, deployed some bases. Everybody can settle anywhere except for the Praetorians at this point. That's easy to remember. The Praetorians, they have to move first, and they've got 3 ships, pulled the markers out already, that pretty much have to go somewhere else to do anything useful. Yeah, I could do scientific stuff here. I can get 1 ship here, but this has a no explore, no base. My other ships are too big to go there off of this base, which is, I think, my only remaining base, because I had one wiped out by the stinking yellows down here. And I lost my bonus marker that would allow me to attack without escalating. Important that they didn't blow on. Well, no, they wouldn't have been able to. So yeah, it's kind of tricky what I want to do. A race occurring here, no guarantees. Yeah, guarantees. because I know what's coming up. And it is not, oh yeah, it is. It's the initiative, yeah. So no guarantees. Red moved into here with the intention of solving this, get 3 engineering markers. That's really good. 2 ships, 3 markers. Sure, I don't get a survey, but whatever. But yellow is also throwing in there. Now with the initiative thing in play, neither side knows who's going to go first. And they may actually bid on initiative if I can remember that there's something interesting there, which of course I won't. Movement is a lot of what makes this possible. You know, people are able with fast ships or whatever to move at 1 times speed. He's actually able to move at 0.5, but this thing that just moved in was not, and there's no advantage unless you're going distances. It's weird. The further you go, the more you can kind of exceed the speed of light. It is resulting in a serious clusterfuck at Earth. I check the time. My tea is almost done. This is a good point for me to break, but if I push, I think I can make it through and get outside before 2 or whatever. Well, gotta rush if I'm gonna make that deadline. It's already 1. Yeah, I should have known that. But exploration isn't too hard. Develop text hasn't been taking as long as it had been. I caught a couple of uglies. I am doing physics, heading to physics places right now. That's not a good idea. Or I'm in them. I ought to get out of those because there aren't any chips. 3 successes by 2 different people here. Yellow goes before red, but it doesn't really matter. None of them's going to get the final. Damn. Well, a lot less exploration than I thought was going on because the evacuations from physics places was a fairly significant number of ships, not just the 2 Starfarers ones, but a couple of Givers ones I've found, and I'm just like, yeah, catch up while I, you know, when I run into them. Seriously, rich pull out of the biology chits. 2 more here. That's 5 5s drawn in quick succession. I shuffled them. This was an iffy choice to leave both of these. Let me see if I want to do that. Gray. I mean, I'd have to move pretty far away. So either one of these ships can resolve the issue, but neither one can do a survey or mining or anything like that. I'm basing off of here, so conceivably I could go down here, but he's got a lot of combat capability. This is coming in with combat capability. I think I'll just stay there, pick this up. I get 2 physics markers. That's bullshit because all I get is $2 from it, but I'll take it because I just don't have anything better to do. Do I care? No. And what did I do? I increased physics production. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, that's the end because all of these are off moving to get to non-physics spaces. That gets me to develop tech, which we will indeed just rush right through. Praetorians refresh the physics pool by buying that big 50-point card. You have to spend 10 influence to do it, but whatever. I couldn't figure out, yeah, I want to do this, but I think people will buy it and I'll get a little cheaper, whatever. I don't know. Probably not a great idea, but it seems like such a cool thing to have, if I remember it. It's not like my bases, it's not like I have many bases. That's the problem. I have this one, and I think that's it. Green has, the Givers have also bought the wormholes. I think they're more valuable for them. They've got a spread out territory where, you know, they can get from here and here to these. I think it's a more interesting capability for them. Pool being seriously replenished. Starfarers, in addition to 2 people buying 50-point physics cards, obviously they each spent 10 influence to get themselves up, but still 30 points each going in. Starfarers also have thrown in a 27 to get their CV movement up. Just, you know, it's like, hey, I got the points. Somebody's got to have the points. They're all in that pool, or they're all out of the pool. Picked up the Gifted Artists card. Now, he's not able to buy level 3 yet, but he's close, and I don't know. Here's the problem. If I pick up a level 3 genetics card to see, hey, where do I want to go? I have a lot of points. I could probably afford the card, but I don't think I can afford the card and this level increase, which to me says I got 2 level 1s. Let's pick a level 2. Let's see what we get. Enhanced Intellect. This is really cool, but by the time it becomes available to be purchased, basically, it's starting to look a lot less valuable. Finally, another big 27 in to get the CV movement. Did anybody break new ground? No. And nothing closed anything out. I put the CV6s already in place. It is time to put a die on the next turn, a marker there, and I am done probably until Tuesday night, more likely Wednesday. Yeah, it is currently Saturday. What am I looking for? I'm looking for one of these. What he collects every turn, and I'm being really good about this. Putting the little mnemonic device there is very, very helpful to me. And now it's time for me to kind of relax in this sort of still, you know, still going to be anxious and everything about everything, but at least, oh, I think that's my buddy right there. All right, I'm done. Well, it is indeed Wednesday, and I could have come up here to play yesterday, but after my friend left, you know, a week of cleaning at whatever level I can do that at, and then, you know, so much engagement with another person, I didn't really feel all that energetic about coming up and gaming. But also, I went for a walk right away afterwards and reflected on things a little bit as well. And then I had to get back and do my raid stuff and everything. And also, my sleep schedule has changed from having somebody around so much. I was kind of hoping yesterday, like, that this would shift me out of the raid mindset. I'm not going to be completely out of it, I think. But maybe I can cut my time down significantly, at least at first. Yesterday would have been an interesting day. Like, if I had run into someone and something magical happened and I really liked a person, I think I was open enough to just say, yeah, throw everything away. If it was like, you know, a gamer, go back and game. If it was someone, that liked wordplay or whatever, just hang out with them a lot. But anyway, I do have a couple of videos I have to make. I think one reflecting on the experience I went through, but also I got to send my dad another video as well. But with all that, I feel like I have to get some of this played. Maybe not the whole turn before I do those other things, but at least a little bit to get back into the field. It looks to me like I finished the turn last time, even though I got my little marker there. So, let's get started. I know this goes there. And we know what this is. It's roll initiative and discard the escalations. All right. I'm going to try to remember how I do that. First thing is whether or not it's worth spending half a victory point, up to 1.5 victory points, to get an advantage in the initiative for any of these players. There's a lot going on, and this is a bad time for me to try to make this decision. A whole lot of ships floating around that are going to be coming into Earth at the same time. Those could promulgate battles. I don't think that's worth an initiative expenditure for them. What would be? Well, a delivery that you have to make for your directive. It feels like anything else is probably not going to be all that beneficial. Like, a half a victory point is a big deal. To remember back, I don't think anybody is in a position. Let me check Pink here. So Pink's not delivering anything. They have 2 ore. To get that title, which would be a reason to go for it, because you get a big victory point advantage off of the influence you spend on a title. This guy is delivering some rare materials. He is the consortium. He wants to sell his trade goods elsewhere. He doesn't have anything that's going to be time-based there. Of course, maybe it's a big deal to survive the turn that I get in there, but that's a warship, and I might have money to build another ship there, so I'm going to have a lot of opportunities. So I think everybody's just going to go up at normal, and there's my garbage truck. People have big negatives. I think 3 people had negatives, ranging as far as -40, which is this guy over here, on their die rolls, and then some low die rolls. I was able to remember them all, so that's cool. And just place these where they go. Being the aggressor definitely puts you in danger on this particular situation. But it's the cost of the escalation markers, right? All right, time to dump some, and we can see here he's going to have to dump a positive already, which means he's going to have to do some warfare, but he's not in the best position to do so, except that like other people rolled much worse. People aren't going to throw the good ones in if they can help it, which means that the pool starts kind of getting more and more weighted to bad stuff as the game goes on. Ooh, tough call over here. He's got 5 good ones and 2 bad ones, right? Okay, that's a tough call, but these 2 I definitely want to get rid of. I have to get rid of 4 total, though. These produce me extra engineering markers. I'll get rid of this. It's a low victory point, but now things get really tough. Those high victory point markers, look, I would dump that if it was earlier in the game, but we're almost at the point where those can start affecting, so it becomes a harder decision. I'm still going to dump the victory points because the tech chart, I'm nowhere near filled out in the engineering tech chart. So the extra engineering markers, I think, are going to kind of balance out, both in terms of they'll give me things I can do in game that are good, and these are worth points as well. So I'm kind of making a balance out. I don't know, in terms of the points, whether that 4 victory points is a lot, but there is a penalty. Let's see the victory. Where is victory put? Technologies, -5 for each tech not developed. 2 engineering markers could be the difference of a tech or a tech card or something like that. So I think those 2 engineering markers might be worth 5 victory points, which is more than the 4 that I threw out. So it's still worth it, but there might come a point where victory point markers are just worth keeping, just because I might not be able to take advantage on something like that. There's a question of, at this point, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more chits picked before there's a 1% chance of the game ending. So it's almost invariable that I'm going to get those 2 engineering markers. But if that percentage gets up to like, 10, 25% per turn, somewhere in there, I got to start really thinking hard, because I might not get the opportunity to draw those tech markers, to get the event that allows them. With almost all of the players, I've kept you can't attack markers when they show up. It makes the game simpler, but I think the main reason is, look, attacking is a really iffy thing in terms of how much value you're going to get out of it. And there's an assured sort of penalty and a gain to the guy you're attacking. You're not really hurting him that much because you're going to give him influence markers. So yeah, maybe there's a case where you're like, oh, I really want to wipe this out. But in general, I've been holding on to those. I've also been holding on to initiative penalty ones because, yeah, sometimes initiative's a big bonus, but for the most part, it's kind of minor. Whereas things that like increase the cost of settlements or reduce my production or something, I mean, I can do things to de-escalate in terms of like not engaging where other people are particularly involved, or at least other people who I feel are likely to fight me. So I feel like those choices, I have ways around them. The things that are going to cost me money in production, those seem like a bad idea to leave in my pool. That's going to put us down to the reduced transfer markers. I don't know if I'm willing to go much further than this. At this point, I got to shuffle those. I'll think about it, but I think there's a good chance I go to my other videos that I want to do. Try to be kind of careful, I guess. I'll hold the roll initiative out and shuffle the rest. Roll one of them, then put it in and do the rest. This is not optimal. I like to pick whoever's last first with my little shuffle and roll thing, but if I pick who's going to be first, it doesn't really change anything. It just makes my mechanism harder. So what I do, just like with the cards, I have no idea what any of these are. Now here's the problem. I know what that one is, so when I shuffle that one back in, it's going to be painful. So I don't know what's where here, which you could say, well, you could just draw then. Yeah, that doesn't work well. And then what also doesn't work well is now I've got 6, which is a number that is not particularly good. And now I have to try to do this without looking. And I'm not entirely sure where that one is, but I feel like I have some idea. I didn't see it. You might have, I didn't, and that's good enough for me. And then just rolling each one to put their order like this. And now I'm assured not to get a double move with the initiative one. I've been ignoring that so far in the game. I don't think I've had it come up where like the same event came up twice. And well, let's do the transfer markers at least, but we may do the build ships too. And this is the biggest arrival turn that we've had yet. I think doing build and repair ships is relatively safe because nobody has any money left. So, you know, they might piece together trade, like, does anybody have even $1? Like, here he has $2. He has a little pile here because he took the base production, but that's only like $4. So the best I can do is some repairs. Here's a quick example where I'm not going to repair. It's a CV3 with 1 hit on it. So it's still able to function. And it's only got a cost of 8. So it cost me 4 to repair 2 hits, but 3 to repair 1 hit. Not going to repair 1 for 3. I'm going to wait until I take another hit. But Obviously with CV2s you can't do that, although I think I kind of cheated with them early on, but yeah. Guys, with stuff that's sailing into Earth, this has a couple of hits on it. Not going to repair it now, it's going back to Earth to get repaired. And after working my way through, scanning the board several times, not a single damn thing I wanted to do. So that'll put us to combat. This is going to be complicated. I don't think there's going to be a lot, but there are a lot of places I got to check. And that makes life significantly harder. So this is a good time for me to break. I moved my charts away to make a video without thinking about the fact that that was my placeholder. Good thing I'm up here so soon after. Yeah. Anyway. And no, it's not loading up for you guys. It's a personal one. Let's go to combat. We'll see if anybody has any. I doubt there's much, but I do have to check hard. Here's an interesting situation. I've got an attack here that I could make. I could also make a raid if I wanted to. That would definitely be potentially harmful to the givers. Do I want to do that particularly? I don't know. All right, I have no problem markers there. What I think I want to do is, I don't think making an attack makes a lot of sense here. It would help the people who could colonize this, but I'm not in a position where I'm thinking about that. Of course, clearing him out might make a space for me, but it's not a very big, it's a 23 total population, which means it's not going to be a growing population if I go in there. Kind of leave it up to him to attack that. But the raid might be worth it, although I can't take the material from it. I think I'm just going to pass on this option, right? And this is, I think, the only place that the transhumanists have an attack that they might want to make. I have to check, and I'm like, oh, this looks like their color, but it's not them. Yeah, it's really a pain. Here, if I had a really much larger base, I might do a ground combat. But this spaceship's not able to really fight it well, so yeah, screw that. Quarians have an interesting choice, and this one, I don't know which way to go. I'm here, I may want to drop this so I can sell the medicine and get full price for it. They're done concurrently, so I can do them kind of at the same time. If I'm building a base here and leaving it here, getting rid of this makes a lot of sense. So I think I'll attack that. This is a CB4, so it's not going to modify things. This is a 2. So we're looking at a strength of 6 to a strength of 2. Six with an 8 is going to wipe out the base. A 2 with a 2 is going to do no damage. But we wiped out a base. That's worth, I think, 2, right? So 1 for combat, 1 for the settlements destroyed, and 2 more for eliminating a base. So that's going to be a 4 pick. Which, you know, if I get all bads, that fills my thing. So now migration is reduced, and I'm not going to get this back next time. Settlements cost more, you know. It sucks to draw these bad guys, but I want to preserve my victory points, right? -1 to combat rolls. And settlements cost more again. Let me put these over here. Not a good pick, but I feel like I have to attack when I have that many goodies, and that'll be 4 IP for him. An attack marker, which doesn't go away when it gets to his turn, but it's not going to matter. He can't attack anyway. everybody, I kind of screwed up the order. I did the transhumanist first, and then I think worked my way backwards. So, whatever. But it ended up not mattering. Only one person even wanted to attack. I feel like I need something to eat before I go on. I'm feeling kind of drained in certain ways. So we'll put this here, because that's a complicated, I have to figure everything out. And I was actually kind of thinking, I have to figure out where he's moving. But if I want to sell these goods, I did want to build the base there. And then I can't pick it back up after I drop it off, I assume. Like, I don't think the rules are specific about that. So like, cargo transfer, I don't know if it says, if we take a look, cargo transfer and trade. So here's the thing. You can now transfer cargo and sell trade goods in any order, i.e. you can sell goods and then use the cash to buy settlements. So this is when you actually buy the settlements, when you load them, apparently. That's not made specific anywhere else. But in any order kind of implies I can drop my base off, sell my medicine, and then pick my base up. I feel like that is violating the intention. But I don't see any prohibition against doing that, dropping the base off and picking it up in the same turn. I'll think about that. Do I want to follow the rules as written, or do I want to try to use logic here? It's not absolutely unbelievable. I'm carrying, these guys are particularly like a mercantile group. They're going to set up a little stand and then they're going to get out of there. I don't know. For a nice Braunschweiger sandwich. Worked my way through. We got a sales here, a couple of medicine. It ends up +1 for the K, no minuses. I dropped my guy off and I grabbed $10. Forgot that this ship could have carried an extra good. I don't think there was anything I particularly wanted. I didn't have money to buy more settlers, which is particularly problematic. Sure what my plan is here with the syndicate. I've been able to figure out other people. Like here, they're gonna solve this. Here they're gonna do some surveying. Here I need to move on, but we're at the problem right now, which is I have 2 cargo ships, no cargo advantage, but 2 cargo ships sitting on Earth, the total of 5 cargo capability. I have machinery and a couple entertainment. I guess I could ship the entertainment out. Or the machinery. The machinery goes right to either of these. What I don't have is any money. Entertainment goes out here, which I could deliver. So I think I'll send the 2 entertainment out that way. But I really don't know what I'm doing with the other ship. I think the problem is I didn't have many good places to go with these ships because I'm kind of at the extent of my exploration area. I don't have a big base. Do I have like an 8 here, which handles these guys and these guys? All my little cheaper ships can go out there. I delivered some population here, but that doesn't really help me. Again, maybe my little ships could go a little further, but yeah, these guys went home, I guess, to pick up more crew or more settlers, but there's just not the cash for them. No guarantee of more cash. I sent the entertainment out here. I think I'm gonna send the machinery down here. I don't have to pay a premium there because there's not a player base there. Bonus, since I don't have a base there, I can do mining for whatever that's worth. Right side, these guys had a 1 movement modifier, which I forgot about and had to update. I thought they were at 1.5, but the consortium only has a 1.5, and they're just going to deliver the beverages that were here to there, I guess. Again, doing trade, why? Because there's nothing better to do. And again, I don't have a base here. Yes, I'm going to pay a premium, but then I can do some mining there, get some cash, and maybe be able to do something. A lot of the... This isn't consortium. Fuck. Okay, let's find the consortium. Praetorians, they're sitting here, and I'm like, oh, I could deliver ore here. I got a couple of ore. I could actually deliver that. It cost me like $9. I have 10. It cost me $9 to build a settlement right now, which is extreme, but that's because I launched that attack that I probably shouldn't have, but all my tokens told me to do that. What I want to do is I want to bring rare earth to Earth, but... or rare materials to Earth. But here's the thing. I've got 2 of my ore built up at Earth. There's the cell 3 at Earth somewhere. That's getting close too. Cell 3 trade goods at Earth title, which is available, which is what? Guildmaster. I've got 2 sitting at Earth. If I fly this ship up here, I could actually pick up that 3rd one. It's going to take me 3 turns to get it, though, and now I have to kind of assess, is anybody else in a position where they're doing that? So, like, this guy is delivering ore. This guy's delivering rare materials. Is this guy me? Okay, these are different players. So the consortium's delivering rare materials, but they don't have any there now. Yellow's delivering something. They would get their 2nd something there, but they're not going to get 3. So I think I'm safe, but I could be beaten out by someone with a faster speed or someone who hasn't declared their movement yet. I could look around. I don't see a lot. So I feel kind of safe. This guy coming in with an ore. Yeah, I cheated. That's what happened. This ore is supposed to be here, because he's selling 2 ore there, I believe. And I think I just moved it to the wrong place. I don't know if the machinery is under the wrong guy too. But because he has a goal to sell 2 ore there and 2 trade goods at Bernard's. Yeah. Because he went out of his way to set that sucker up, and I don't know what I did. And the rare materials. Yeah, that I think is right. It's not too bad. Okay, that means I can't just send this ship out to get that ore. And I don't think I have resources kicking around anywhere else. So I don't know where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do with that ship. I could just pay like almost all of my money to ship 1 more settler out. Or I could, I want to save the ore in case I get that. Fauna, flora, and machinery. I could send that ship out to deliver machinery somewhere. Here I could do exploration at least. Seems like not a bad deal, I guess. Yeah, the guy who sold medicine. I sold them at 5 each. They're actually more than that because somewhere here, somewhere, add the distance from Sol. So his distance from Sol would be 2. So I actually get 4 billion more. So I have a little bit more money. Those extra goods don't quite put me up high enough. If I have another good somewhere, I have this machinery here I could sell. That's not doing me much good. Yeah, I could actually load up 2 settlers with that money. Or I could haul the machinery. Or both. by, yeah, so anyway, I am owed 4 billion more for my sale because it was far from Earth. And that never changes, right? Like as settlements start increasing elsewhere, they don't become like less valuable to trade with. So little trade sectors being set up outside of Earth's sphere actually give you really, really good payoffs. So that's something to keep in mind. Somebody else sold something too. Oh, he was going to sell something. Yeah, I think this is it for now. It's just hard to keep. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff that feels like it should be on some sort of player aid that's not, but there's a lot of player aid already in play. Mention, of course, the huge amount of game state that's like spread out all over the place that requires you to look at all kind of stuff. So I think it's just natural that you're going to fuck up all over the place with this game. I decided doing a mixed job. I'm going to send a settler with some machinery here. I don't know if I can settle there. It's really, I am the one person who cannot. Unless I have something that helps me. Sell the machinery there, whoop, whoop, whoop. But here's the big, unless there's machinery desired somewhere further out now. And then shift to here, probably to deliver the settler. Now, I could drop the settler off myself, but I don't need to because there's nothing here, and I think I have, no, I do not. So there's nothing I could do there. I could go here where I could explore, but I can just jump on after selling. And it doesn't cost me that. It cost me 2 extra turns. So yeah, it is kind of shitty. But I'm so low on money because of the high cost of settlers that what else do I have to do? I've gotten to the point where things are so explored around Earth that there's not really much I can do within range of my base. So this ship is a 12 cost ship. He can't operate off this base. I guess I decided that wherever I dumped the base, I've got to leave it there for this turn. So I would have to take another turn if I wanted to pick that up. Well, why bother with that? Let's push out further. I guess. Another option would have been to go here and try to build this base up so that I can jump a little further. But the exploration window is going further and further out. And it's not too long before unlimited range, although for him it is actually too long. I forgot to replace this. Are there any special rules for these players? I don't think so. Yellow is the other one. It's like trade interstellar mining. No. So that pick made the Praetorians choose differently. They're sending a settler and a fauna out here, which makes a lot more sense for them. I don't think anybody else would have pursued that. That's had an opportunity to move already. And now I'm considering blue, who has real problems. As we've known, I think their only base is here now. I think their base got wiped out. Oh no, there's one. Okay. Still, that's not going to give them much. And they don't have the kind of money to build settlements. Of course, they could throw influence in. Settlements feel like they've become very important, but I feel like I had to build them before. Because again, we're getting close to CV, although not them. But people are getting close to an unlimited CV range, which means we can say, screw it, we'll build our base way out here. Because we don't have to worry about that leapfrogging anymore. The problem for him and why I found what I did was I needed to sell medicine somewhere, and I looked and I'm like, wait, I just sold medicine there. And that's the only place on the board that was selling medicine, and no place new has cropped up, or, you know, maybe someplace should have, but again, it's hard. So I don't know what the hell to do with him. I could sell off some influence, but those are only $1 each. They're only $1 each, right? Yeah. That's a pretty hefty price for a couple of people. So I really don't know, but I've got another big ship coming in there. Is there anywhere I can explore within 2 of Earth? Is this ship cheap? It is not. I'm having a lot of trouble finding a place where I can go that's worth going to. At least my ships are fast. Now my goal is an anomaly, a science anomaly of rank 5 or higher. That would be this, but I can't get out there. This, but it's going to be resolved this turn. So I'm moving here and hoping to explore and find one. I have a little bit of a bonus towards finding anomalies, but not good. Making mistakes left and right here. Too long away from the game. For example, the consortium, who went relatively early in this movement phase or whatever, I left their ship up here. He wanted to haul whatever machinery he had or whatever someplace. Again, no money, not a lot of trade goods, etc. Let's try to raise some cash and see what can happen. I'm going to be delivering them at a base that's not mine. But this is going to get there faster, so I don't want to go for that one, and la 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 la. Would I have made that mistake? Yeah, I was fine because I went after him, so I could see that he went there. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have predicted that and would have gone for that one. Or he'd make more money, although there's an advantage to going to this one. Well, he could go to either one because he's got the research vessel. All right, I'm going to stop for a while there because I feel like I'm just bumbling around right now. And it's very discouraging, even though I know I just have to get more play in to not bumble around. I went outside, did a little bit of yard work, a little bit with the weed whacker, mainly getting the shit in the front of the yard down below the hill. There's not a lot of yard there, but I'm kind of mow it with the weed whacker. You can't see. But I get to a point and it gets really, really marshy. And until summer hits, I don't like going through that because I knock counters off the thing when I walk by. Yeah, there was a couple big ones. Hope there wasn't more. I also got kind of fatigued, but that's, more my back and everything and swinging it back and forth. It's not the easiest way to mow a yard, but I have very little flat ground, so it's what I do. All right, on to exploration. It finally happened. I did. Oh, I cheated though. It's not what I wanted to do. Never mind. All right, so we're going to resolve this. What happened was, it finally happened was I have like a 14 here on exploration, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I rolled under, so I would have gotten 2 draws. But instead, I needed all of these to get this. And I think I may even particularly want that. Yeah, I want the combat anomaly that I just resolved, which means another directive for me. I get 8 IP, which is huge. I'll do that in a moment. Clear this area. I couldn't have explored there anyway. And that's going to create a physics or engineering marker production. But 32 total IP. I spend 7 of that to buy Guardian, which gives me combat events and anomalies bonus of 2 on resolving them. More importantly, I get 10 victory points for those 7 points that I spent. I still haven't drawn for that. This is flipped over. I took the IP. And yeah, let's draw for a new directive, which means emptying a bag and all. Not great options. A 9 or more combat anomaly. And there aren't any, well, there's one up here. Could I reach there? Not anytime soon. Like if this fleet could make it there, I'd probably start going for it. How far am I? from, so I just need 20 physics. Of course, I have none right now. Wow. I need 20 physics to be able to reach there. I could start on my way next turn, and I don't know. It would be really helpful. Right now, I can have 5 bases. I have 1, 2, 3. I think I start a 4th one here. I could build a 5th base out here and get me on the way to that. That would not be a bad idea in a lot of different directions. So heading back towards Earth might be my answer. On the other hand, I have almost no money. Well, I have 15. That's not nothing. That's 3 settlements. Of course, between these ships, I can carry 5. But, you know, maybe I can find other things on the way. So it might be good to direct myself towards that. What I want is 2 terraforming ones. And this is kind of a weird thing, because there aren't a lot of terraforming directives in the bunch. Most players need 4 things to solve a directive, or 4 directives to get no penalty. TruePath has terraform as one of their 2 options, so they're a little bit more limited than these guys are. And I don't know if production is all that heavy. So like having 2 options with terraform in there puts them to 3, but having just terraform means I get 2. I don't know what the balance is among those. And you gotta, you know, realize probably the balance shifts when you play with the directives. But like, I'm not guessing that the game is perfectly balanced in any way against anything. Another one is sell 3 trade goods at Earth. Right now I have 1, and that might be easier to do. That's the problem. This is a 12, which is easier than what I did, which means with my new -2, I only need 10. So pretty much this ship, and you know, I could even send like an RE, but this ship is a big, expensive ship that I'm not going to be able to do on my own. So I don't know which to take. There's one that I have an avenue to get, and one that I don't right now, but might be easier overall. I'll take whichever one's easier, but I don't know which one that is right now. Just making sure. I have fauna here. Yeah, I have garbage for trade goods is the problem. And the things I produce are not desirable at Earth. I don't know if any of the bonus production ones give you stuff that you'd want at Earth. That would be a huge, huge benefit. Also means there's a new title here, Prospector. You got to roll a 1 while mining. It's the opposite of the research one, or the analog to it. It gives you a bonus of what? Tree world value is 1 higher from mining, so you're more likely to get a chip from that. Onward. We worked down this column. I got another one of these and found myself another anomaly. Oh, there we go. I was like, did I throw away all my IPs? I know I had more. And I get an IP for finding that. This becomes an appealing thing to chase after. Now here's the problem. Sequence-wise, again, I should have rolled everything. And then I don't know, you know, the ordering is just so painful here because at some point or another, I deal with, I succeeded in my directive, and I succeeded in the title. And it shouldn't happen, and I'm making things up that it does, right? It shouldn't happen in this column order that I do. But the idea of trying to piece together, and there's no sequence that you do these things in, but yeah, so like, how is this worded? For exploration? Well, it's all kind of jumbled in and simultaneous, right? But I should have had the information that this was, say, not that if I find a combat anomaly near me, I should have that information before I pick my directive, right? I guess, because I don't know. I really don't know. Because it's not clear the order between exploration and resolving anomalies. These things are all happening at once. It feels easy. It's so much easier for me to deal with the columns one at a time. That is probably almost certainly not how the game is designed, but there is no explanation of what you're supposed to do in what order for those things. The only thing there is an explanation of is that completion of surveys is done after the exploration die rolls and is done in initiative order. So that's okay. Now, presumably I wouldn't know this because this had to happen after the exploration of the survey point. But it's possible that I found something using my column format ahead of time, and that would give too much information. But as to when I bought my title and when I succeeded in the directive and had to choose a new one, that's all up in the air. Doing it any way other than the way I do it would be almost impossible for me at this point. So I'm not going to change my way of doing things. I'm just going to say, look, you know, if something gets found in one star system, I'm just following this order, and benefit or disadvantage, the board is not is not symmetrically sized around Earth. So maybe information isn't symmetrical either, but I can see where like this would really suck, and you would get a piece of information that maybe you could make an argument that you can certainly make an argument that you should have had it beforehand or shouldn't have had it beforehand, which I feel is a stronger argument to make. I noticed as I've been going along, I forget about that it's the things start at year 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should actually be stopping at the end of turn 40. I think I've been stopping at the end of turn 50 and then at the end of the century. That's not as balanced. Doesn't really matter, but this one will probably get loaded up at the end of this turn. I'm thinking about that because I kind of want to do the develop tech, even though I'm running up against raid time. I kind of want to develop tech before I go down to play raid, because I'm finding that I'm more aligned with what I need to do on the next turn. You know, the movement decision is really where what you need to do on the next turn comes into play. And if I put a pause there and come up and develop tech, after playing raid for hours, I'm probably going to get confused. Yesterday I sat outside and had a martini while reading. It didn't really please me, but I went for that walk first and everything. I don't know. I think if I had a cigar I would have been happier, but as it was, it felt funny. It felt like I felt cold and uncomfortable. How it happened. 6, 10, 11. I rolled a 1. I draw 2 physics chits. And they sum at least 5. Nice. I don't get a double survey from that. But yeah, so I get a success. A couple of worlds I'm not able to have there, but I do get to that, which is cool, I guess. And he has a 3 in 10 chance unless he has no bonuses, which does not give me anything. A common thing I come across, this guy unloaded here and I forgot to move him. It's time for me to figure out where he can move, because he can do nothing here. He's got a base. He also doesn't have mining or research capabilities. I don't know where he was supposed to go. I got to try to figure out what I wanted to do with him. I think he's somebody that I was having trouble figuring out what to do with anyway, and just couldn't come up with an answer. Food and entertainment is really, these are the only things I could pick up. I don't see I could bring entertainment up to here, but it just seems like such a minor thing. I'm coming from here though. Why don't we stop by here and see if things change on the way? Because I got a movement rate of 1, which is awesome. Those 0.5s, if I was at the 1.5, I would just go straight to Earth. But at a 1, I might as well stop off. This is a good warship. He's not doing any harm there. We're here for exploration. We have 2 people who maybe could resolve this. I went and checked yellow. He can't. So red is going to go for resolving the IP, I guess. Even though yellow would get the advantage on that. I was wrong. This produces fine art, which is desirable on Earth. This could be a huge thing. Something that is guaranteed to produce fine art during the base production, not during the trade goods. That might change some decisions. Plus, fine art doesn't show up very often. There aren't a lot of counters in here for it. So, yeah. Anyway, I got to do all of yellow's explorations. They're going to try to flip this, which is worth another IP, I think. Don't get, despite damaging both of their ships. One thing I wanted to mention, there's like this preponderance of biotech in a couple of players' hands. Now this guy has no physics. We had a lot of physics kicking around where the cup was almost empty. There's a lot of engineering kind of spread out everywhere. Just something to mention. I don't know if it's of any value. Success here, a no world was drawn on top of the no world. Interesting question there. I could have aimed for this instead, which would have gone up to a 14. If I drew, I could have drawn something that went up to a 14. But I'd rather get an additional world, I guess. You can see that self-repair is going to be really, really helpful. I'm taking a lot of hits there and generating a lot of biomarkers. End of exploration. I'm kind of pooped. So I'm going to do something. It may be play a little bit of raid before I come back up and do the develop tech. I'm too fatigued at this point. Probably the yard works at fault. I don't know. This whole day and yesterday has felt, I'm coming down off of like far too much social interaction for me, I think. I learned my lesson yesterday with the vodka. I don't know, I just don't have the patience to sit out there that long, whatever. So I went out with my tea and read for a little bit. It's certainly raid time now. However, I'm going to push my way through the tech. And I opened up with the Givers buying a level 2. Eager Migrants increases their migration rate. Migration rate is the percentage one, I think, from 1 to 2. That's pretty cool, especially if you have a lot of bases. And he has a fair number, so that should help him a bit. Flip the Syndicate into here, giving them better exploration bonuses with their CVs. They have a lot of CVs out there. That's kind of cool. They cut their bio down significantly, which kind of sucks because I think they have a bio they want this flying is kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. They could throw their cards and not be too upset. So that's not a big deal. But the next one was for 25 because I already have a Type 2. This enhanced intellect. And I got to be careful because these systems are going to be different for each person. So I've got to start looking up everybody during the migration and whatnot. Text cost 2 less. Yeah, it's gotten less important, but there are still a fair number of techs left. It's only worth 3 victory points, which kind of sucks. And difficulty of science anomalies and events is dropped by 2, which is also cool. But again, there's not a lot to explore left. So I may not get as much advantage out of this as if I could have played it a lot earlier in the game. It's hard to get these higher level cards out early, though. Not so much that you don't have the tech for it. The level 2 came here and here, which was quite a while ago for most of these powers or players, but they're fairly high cost and you just don't generate that much tech. yeah, you could play your influence to jumpstart it, and that might be worth it. Hard to tell. Big card buy, in this case, a shit ton of engineering tech and an influence. I only had to get to 23 because of his special ability. Gives me an extra terraforming and draw an extra world to choose from. You know, I'm not sure how I feel about it because I had enough points to get this, but not enough for these. This would have been close. I could have spent a little bit more to boost my CV7s, but I don't have the money right now. And I feel like the ships I have are big enough kind of to do what I want. They're starting to make more and more en route hops. I'm feeling a little more confused. So for example, this guy. He's going here to sell his fauna. That's fine. I could actually, because the order doesn't matter, I just put a restriction that you can't like drop off a base and drop off a settler and then pick it up afterwards in order to have a market or whatever. I can sell the goods and then pick up that extra settler and head off somewhere else. I don't know how big this ship is. 9 is my only... yeah, that's not going to work. So I need to develop a base somewhere further out. This guy had better be a 9. He is. Cool. And then blue skews that calculation. So I think I'm okay anyway. I'm going to just leave the base. I'm going to drop off the extra base, the extra settler to the base, and as well as sell goods. But yeah, keeping track of stuff like that is beginning to get kind of more complicated because I don't know if this is the space that I intended to go to anymore as the game kind of extends to greater and greater distance. And that had something to do with yellow, who's going right now. I don't remember what. He's got another production one, which he doesn't care about. Oh yeah, because I was looking at, does yellow need to reach this? And then I'm like, yeah, they're okay. They can settle in any system no matter what. And therefore, I could buy their bio card. But then I looked at it, I'm like, well, wait, pink's not in here. They can't. I better double check them because I thought somebody was heading off to a system that they had to upgrade their values for. I think the biggie there was actually the unlimited CV range. Green needs to make that, but they don't have the physics for that. So, and that has to do with the directive they picked up. Because the only anomaly on the board that they can deal with is that one. Well, no, this one's not big enough in order to get their directive. Oops, I was wrong. I might not want to buy this at 15. It's a settlement growth of +1 at one of your bases. I kind of want to extend my growth. I think this is worth throwing an extra tech away for. 6 instead of 5. I don't remember what I put in there. I don't think I put a 1 in. Although I see a 1 on the top there, which might have been theirs. I'm trying to remember what they put in for their 12. I don't know. I'll just throw these in. Yeah. Again, there may not be as much time in the game as I want to develop that. That's a level 1 tech. And since I covered all the rest, we got a cheapie sliding in there. And another at reduced cost. He wanted to save his bio. I think he has a genetic he wants to do particularly. which is the spacefaring population. Really, really high cost. Settlements cost $1 billion less on Earth, though. That's very appealing, but also he's looking to get to this, and somebody moved up in that, so its cost would drop lower because he's looking at the unlimited CV range at some point, although he doesn't have the physics for that. But this just seemed like a good buy. It was like, hey, engineering, what do I want to do? Do I want to push into level 3 fleet improvements or the malfunction rate? Not particularly. The CV6s seems like a deal comparatively. And he gets 2 new ships, even though he probably isn't going to be able to use them right away, unless that's like Earth production. But, you know, I mean, base production could conceivably produce the money, but Earth production's where the big cash comes in. It's still running, you know, in the 30s. Nobody's making that kind of money off their bases for the most part, unless that's all they devote themselves to. That puts me to the end of the turn and the end of the video, more or less, which it feels like there's 3 things I should be doing here. One is, we'll move that, that's one. One is putting the die here, one is putting this here. I don't know what the third one is. I don't recall. Maybe it's just the 2. I don't remember my mechanisms. And then we're going to load this up and call that good for a while.